Number 1. Pizza delivery in the snow. Why is it that winter always brings out the freaks? I hate it. When I was a senior in high school, I was a pizza delivery guy in a college town. For the most part during winter break, business was really slow. During my second year delivering pizzas, I had the worst delivery experience ever. That night, I was the only driver who was working. This wasn't unusual because most of the other drivers were college kids who went home for break. I was at work, bored off my ass because there'd only been a few orders all day. While I was hanging out and talking to the cashier, I actually became grateful for this because a snowstorm was starting up. She was a cute chick and I had been trying to put the moves on her for a while, and each time I came up short. I'd like to think I was making some progress when we got an order for pizza. For many reasons, I was not happy about having to drive in the darkness and in a snowstorm to order a pizza. It was really hard to see, and I had to drive very slow. It was no surprise to me that the pizza was to be delivered to a house out of town, mostly since there were no students anywhere on campus. The road to the house was slippery, but I made it there fine. It was an older two-story house, but there was nothing unusual about it. I pulled my car into the driveway. I was a bit apprehensive at first because there were absolutely no lights on, but I was able to check on my GPS and I was definitely at the right house. I gathered the pizza and the cookie pizza for dessert and got out of my car. I then walked up the steps to the front porch. As I hit the second step, the porch lights came on, startling me. When I made it to the screen door, the regular door opened. A lady, who looked to be in her 50s or so, I'm not good at guessing ages, lady was old, opened the door. She immediately looked alarmed and opened the screen door. "What are you doing here? Get in the house right now!" Confused, I wasn't about to go into her house. "I have your pizza," I stammered, suddenly even more unhappy about this assignment. "I didn't order a damn pizza," she told me hurriedly. "I can't fucking believe this is happening. Get in here or you're gonna get killed." "What?" I asked, confused and now more than just a little scared. The woman hurried me into the house, and I went along with it. Once I was behind her and in the house, she locked the door and bolted it. "What's going on?" I asked. "Keep it quiet," the lady told me. "There's a guy outside who has been tormenting me and trying to get into the house. He cut my phone line and I haven't been able to call the police. He's been trying to get into the house and I've just been terrified. He must have called for the pizza to get me to open the door. He probably thought I wouldn't leave a pizza guy out there to get killed." I thought the woman was just crazy, but then I heard a noise. I looked over at the window by the porch, and what I saw made my blood run cold. There was a crazed-looking man on the porch, right by the window, tapping what looked like the tip of a chef knife on the window. And he had gotten to the porch so fast, I realized he must have been on the porch at the same time that I was. "Holy shit!" I yelled, dropping the pizza and the cookie on the ground. As soon as I did, the man disappeared. I reached for my cell phone to call the police, but the old woman stopped me, telling me she had tried her phone and she couldn't get a signal. She was just trying to keep quiet in the house and didn't want me even trying to talk on the phone. "That's insane," I told her. "Don't you have a gun or something?" She told me she didn't keep a gun. I suggested that we go into the kitchen and get a knife, wondering why this dipshit of a woman didn't do this already, and she agreed that was a good idea. I followed the lady into the kitchen, and we weren't in there a few seconds when I heard another tapping on the window. I turned and looked at the kitchen window, and saw the man again, tapping his knife on the windowsill, before disappearing again. I ran over to the knife block, and then I noticed something. The woman's chef knife was not in her knife block. I mentioned this to her, and the woman's entire demeanor changed. She told me, "That's because my husband has it, and he'll be coming into the house now." The door in the kitchen then opened, and I realized not only had it not been locked, but I was set up from the beginning. The crazy-looking man, who I now realized had to be the woman's husband, walked into the house. I reacted totally on instinct. I was still at the knife block, so I grabbed it. I didn't have time to take out any of the knives, so I simply picked the damn block up and threw it at both the wife and the husband. I ran towards them and knocked the old bat over and made my way out the back door. I ran around the side of the house and momentarily slid on a patch of ice and fell on my ass. I managed to get back up, and the moment I did, I saw the front porch light come on, and the old man came out onto the porch. As I began to run, I saw the old woman coming at me from behind, so I took off. I slipped again when I got to my car, hitting my head on the window, but still managed to get into the car before either of them were able to get their hands on me. The crazy old man tried to bust my car window with his knife, but my window was obviously more than a match for him, and it didn't shatter. I put the car into reverse and backed it out of the driveway. I would like to tell you that as I pulled out, I changed my mind and ran the car back into the two old fuckers, but I didn't. I just wanted to get the hell out of there and call the cops. When the cops investigated, it was much worse than I could have ever imagined. The couple who attacked me did not live in that house. They had broken in and murdered an even older woman who had lived there. They were obviously going to murder me too. They hightailed it before the cops arrived. I have PTSD from the experience. I had to quit my job at the pizza place, and I just got myself a work-study job when I went to college. Oh, and I went to college in a different state, and I don't come home for the holiday. Number 2. Basketball practice. When I was a sophomore in high school, I joined the basketball team. Although I made the team, I rarely got to play. I was not very tall, but I was a really good free throw shooter. So I was only used if the game was close towards the end. If the other team was going to intentionally foul, I'd be given the ball. Well, this was high school basketball, so that rarely ever happened. So, in order to make sure I didn't get rusty, I would often stay behind at school to get regular practice. Many times I ended up being one of the last people to leave the school building each day. On a Friday in early December, I was at school rather late practicing when I needed to refill my water bottle. I walked out of the gym and down the hallway. Along the way, I noticed that somebody was standing outside a set of double doors. When he saw me, he started banging on the door. I wasn't allowed to let anybody into the building, but this guy just kept banging, trying to get my attention. I walked over to the window and I let him know I couldn't let him in. He told me he was a school janitor and that he had left his keys inside his office, and he begged me to let him inside. I just shrugged at him and let him know I couldn't let him in, and I walked away. This did not deter the man, however. He kept banging on the door as I left. After I filled my water bottle up, I walked back to the gym, and this guy was still there, banging on the door, trying to get my attention. I figured the best thing to do was just ignore him, so I didn't acknowledge him the second time. This just pissed him off, though, and he actually called me a few expletives. Yeah, like that's the way to get me to help you out. Back in the gym, I went back to my monotonous routine of free throw after free throw. I usually got 9 out of 10 throws. I had gone through about 20 straight hits when I finally missed one. The ball bounced off the hoop and rolled over to the set of double doors. As I walked over to it, I noticed it was now snowing pretty hard outside. I considered calling it a day and just walking home before the snow got too bad. I reached down to pick up the ball, and when I stood up, I was eye to eye again with the guy who was claiming to be a janitor. He didn't say anything to me. He just looked at me in the eye for what seemed to be an eternity. Then the corner of his mouth curved up in a half smile, and he grabbed the door handle and pulled on it. Of course he didn't get in, but he rattled the door a bit, his eyes never leaving mine. He must have known that he had shaken me up a bit, because the half smile became a whole smile. He then turned and left. I decided not to go home right away. I thought it would be better just to waste time in the gym and wait for the guy to get bored and leave or something. I wasn't worried about getting home in the snow because I didn't live very far from the school. So I practiced for about another hour and a half before I finally decided it was time to go home. When I left, it was snowing pretty hard. I stood at the door for a good 20 minutes waiting to see if the man was still out there. Obviously I'd pissed him off, but it's not like I did anything wrong. Still, even a pissed off guy probably wouldn't spend nearly 2 hours in a fierce snowstorm just to kick my ass. I left the school. It was dark and the snow was falling pretty hard and fast. It didn't take long before my shoes were completely soaked, and I almost cursed myself for waiting so long to go home. Suddenly, I felt someone grab me from behind, knocking me face first onto the ground. I fell hard and got snow in my eyes and dropped my backpack. When I finally was able to get the snow out of my eyes, I turned around and saw the guy from earlier standing behind me with my backpack in his hand. I was scared to death at first, thinking he was going to beat the crap out of me for not helping him out earlier. He simply stood there in the snow, not moving. Then he put his hand out to offer to help me up. I was cautious to accept it, but I finally did. He helped me back up and then just handed me my backpack. All the while he just kept looking at me in the eyes, the half smile still on his face. I reached out and grabbed my backpack and tried to pull it over to me. At first he held on tightly to it. After a while though, he released his grip. I took my backpack and nervously thanked him for helping me up. He did not respond, he just smiled at me. Nervously I turned and began to walk home, although I kept watching him as I walked away, completely expecting him to totally rush me. He didn't do anything. He didn't even slowly follow me. He just stood there, watching me as I walked home. I turned on 2 streets and actually went around the block so he could not know where I was going to. By the time I got into my house, the man was nowhere around. My parents were home and I felt completely safe. I got cleaned up and had a nice dinner with them. By the time my parents had went to bed, I'd nearly forgotten about the encounter. I decided to do a little bit of homework before bedtime, so I went into my room and went over to my desk. Picking up my backpack, I put it on my desk. I opened it and reached in to grab my notebooks, and noticed they were wet. I was pissed off at myself for getting snow in my bag. However, when I drew my hand out, it wasn't snow. It was blood. At first, I dropped my bag to the floor. Freaked out, I grabbed the bag by the bottom and dumped the contents onto the floor. Along with my books, pencils, and notebooks, half a body of what appeared to be a Yorkshire Terrier fell out onto the floor. It looked like it was cut in half with the head, chest, and front paws bloodied in my bag. I screamed, waking up my parents and bringing them into the room. I didn't see the guy again, so I assumed he didn't want further revenge. It didn't matter. What he had done was bad enough. Number 3. The snowstorm. When I started working out years ago to get into better shape, I had what I considered to be an ingenious idea. The gym was only about a mile away from my house, so in order to get the best workout that I could, I would walk to the gym for a warm-up, and my cool-down would be the walk home. That way, I would get 2 miles of walking added onto my workout every day. It worked out great, and I began losing weight very quickly. Now, I have to admit that once it started getting cold and snowy outside, I felt like I should just drive to the gym. But It had become such a part of my routine that I wasn't able to quit even when it got cold. The one time I tried driving, I felt really guilty about it, so I didn't do that again. I just kept walking. The night my story takes place is one where I definitely should have driven. In fact, the weather itself should have been enough to indicate this to me. It was only in the upper 20s and it was snowing outside. But at least it was snowing lightly. When I headed out to the gym, the snow wasn't even sticking. So I grabbed my bag, put on my jacket, and headed out to the gym. I live in a small suburban town and it was already dark out. There weren't many people out on the streets, and that was really the way I liked it. I felt like I had the whole town to myself. As I walked along, the snow began falling a bit harder. My visibility became more limited, but it wasn't enough to get me to turn around and go home. The snow was not sticking, and I still thought I would be fine. When I turned the corner past the liquor store, I jumped a bit when another man was coming around the corner. He was a little smaller than I was, and wasn't dressed well for the weather. He was wearing jeans and a jean jacket. We nearly collided. "Whoa, sorry, excuse me," I said to the man. He didn't acknowledge me at all and didn't look up. He was wearing a black baseball cap and had it sitting low on his forehead. I didn't get a good look at his face at all. He didn't reply to me and didn't even look at me. Least of all apologize to me, since he was equally to blame for the near collision. As the man walked by, I shook my head and under my breath commented lightly, "Asshole." Right out of the corner of my eye, I saw the man stop. I froze because I couldn't believe that he heard me. I looked at him and saw that he had turned around and was looking at me. The snow was falling harder now, and his face was obscured by the falling snow. He just looked at me and didn't say a word. He made no attempt to communicate with me or move towards me, so after a few moments I apologized and decided to make my way back to the gym. Although I turned, I kept looking over my shoulder to see if the man was following me. He didn't, but he did stand there for a long time, not moving as I walked away. I didn't feel calm at all until I got to the gym. It was a 24-hour facility but had no active staff there after 5 p.m. So I had a key card that gave me access to the building. But I felt very safe getting there because unless the guy was a gym member, he had no way of getting into the building. I was alone at the gym, which I preferred. The town I lived in wasn't huge, so coupled with the snow, it wasn't too surprising that nobody was going to work out. One side of the building was all windows, and I kept watching out of them while I worked out. The snow just fell harder and harder, and it began sticking. After I had lifted some weights, I got onto one of the treadmills, which was right in front of a window. I got on it and began jogging. I was jogging for about 15 minutes, and I noticed that the snow was piling up. It was also falling so hard now that there was very little visibility. Hell, I could only see a few feet in front of the gym. The falling snow began having a bit of a hypnotic effect on me, and I just stared out into it as I jogged. And suddenly the man in the jean jacket stepped out of the falling snow into my line of sight and shocked me on my trance. This caught me off guard and I tripped, falling onto the tread, which then knocked me onto the floor. I cursed myself for not wearing the shutoff key, but I wasn't hurt that bad. Looking up, I noticed the man was gone. I shook my head, thinking that he had just wanted to startle me and had gotten his revenge for me calling him an asshole, and then likely went on his way. I finished my workout, which took about an hour. During the whole time, the man never showed up again, so I figured I was right. I wasn't worried. Over a foot of snow had accumulated since I got to the gym, and it was still falling steadily. I was dreading the walk home, but figured I should just get it over with. I flipped my bag over my shoulder and made my way out into the snow. It sucked walking home, with my feet trudging through the over foot of snow, and the snowflakes falling and stinging my eyes. I had to keep blinking in order to even see where I was going. I had to walk slowly because my visibility was still impaired and I couldn't see very far. I swore to myself I'd never do this again, and whenever it snowed in the future, I would just drive to the gym. I then turned the corner at the liquor store. I stopped when I saw the man again, this time standing in front of the door of the liquor store, facing right at me. I was so startled I slipped and fell on my ass in the snow. I looked at the guy and he didn't move. This time I noticed he was wearing a strange white mask. It had no features, just eye holes. It shook me and I quickly got to my feet. The guy didn't move, however. He just kept looking at me. A bit rattled, I just figured he was hanging around the liquor store for some reason. Grabbing my bag, I headed on my way, while watching him as closely as I could. However, I couldn't see beyond a few feet, so it wasn't long before I couldn't see the man anymore. The walk home was scary as hell. The snow kept falling. I was scared about tripping. It was so cold and the snow was freezing on the ground, and I had to walk slowly to keep from sliding. I kept looking behind me to see if the man in the jeans and the mask was following me. That 1 mile walk seemed like such a longer journey than usual. As I was slowly putting one foot forward, I looked behind me to see if the guy was following me, and I turned and I was face to face with the white mask. This time, however, he didn't just stare at me. He grabbed me and pushed me down, which was easy because of the ice. I was bigger than him, but he had leverage, and he used it. Before I had a chance to get up, he kicked me right in the crotch. While I was holding myself, I looked at him and he pulled out one of those butterfly knives. I felt a jolt of terror, and despite the agony I was in, I tried to get up and run. The guy quickly moved and he was on me, pinning me to the ground. I tried pushing him off, but I couldn't at first. He took the butterfly knife and pushed it up against my cheek. The blade punctured my skin, and I felt the blood as I looked into the dark eyes behind the white mask. I felt the blade slide against my skin, and felt the blood coming down my cheek. I really thought I was going to die right there. Then, feeling a surge of fear, something caused me to strike out, and I got the guy right in the balls like he had done to me. He dropped the butterfly knife and I was able to kick him off me. However, he recovered much quicker than I did, and as I turned to get up and run, he must have grabbed the knife and stabbed at me, slicing through my shoe and cutting my foot. I fell down again, hitting my face on the concrete of the sidewalk. For once I was thankful for the foot of snow because it cushioned the fall. Still, I felt tears falling down my cheeks because I was so convinced that I was about to die. I tried to get up again, and something finally went my way. I got some leverage with my foot, and when the guy moved towards me, I pushed him off, and he slipped on the ice and fell on his ass. He dropped his knife into the snow, and I kicked some snow into his eyes. I have no idea what effect it had because I turned and just booked out of there as quickly as I could. I tripped a few times, but I moved much faster than I ever did. The rest of the walk home was terrorizing as I had no idea if this psycho was following me at all. I could never see more than 3 or 4 feet in front of me, or behind me. But I made it home safely. I locked the door and called the cops. The police came and took a statement. They wanted me to come to the station after I went to the hospital for my cuts. It wasn't until I arrived that I found out why they wanted me there. It turns out that liquor store had been held up earlier, and the cashier had been stabbed to death. They figured it happened while I was at the gym, and the guy must have thought I caught him. They didn't catch the guy, but I not only stopped walking to the gym, I found a new gym to go to as well. Number 1. Flat tire in the snow. I lived in Wisconsin and worked at a Culver's restaurant when I had this horrible experience. At the time, I had an old clunker for a car. It got me to and from work, but it was one of those cars that every time you drove it, you knew something eventually was going to happen. You just hoped that when it did, it was going to be nice outside. Of course, that's rarely how it actually works out. The day I had a problem with my car, it definitely was not a nice day. It had been snowing all day, and the ride to work was bad enough. The snow just got worse and worse while I was working the closing shift. I don't think in the entire 9 hours I was at work that the snow even slowed down once. It was just constant. Even though the plows were running all day, they could only do so much before the constantly falling snow just ended up covering the entire road again. We closed at 10 p.m. and it took us another 45 minutes to clean the store up after closing. There was one co-worker and one manager with me. We all locked up the door and then went on our ways. It felt good to get out of work, and I knew it would feel awesome to be home, but I was not looking forward to the ride home. I lived a good 10 miles away from the store, and in those weather conditions, the ride was going to take forever. I only got about halfway home when the worst thing happened. I blew a tire, and I panicked. At first I was worried that I was going to wreck the car due to the lack of traction. Somehow, though, I managed to pull my car into a parking lot of an office building. Now, although I had a spare tire, I did not have a jack or anything to get the lug nuts off the tire. Yeah, I know it's stupid, but I always thought I had time to get those things. I had no idea what I was going to do, as there was no way I could walk home and I couldn't just leave my car there. Even if I could call a taxi, if I left my car there, it might get towed, and I could not afford a towing fee. I tried to get a hold of some friends, but nobody was answering their phone that day. So I waited in my car for a little while, watching the snow and wondering what I could do. I wasn't in the parking lot for more than 15 minutes when an SUV pulled off the road and drove over to me. I was worried I would be getting in trouble for being in the parking lot, but I was also hopeful that this would be someone trying to help me too. A big, husky, bearish-looking guy got out of this SUV and walked up to my car. He knocked on the window and I rolled it down. "You need help changing a tire?" the burly man asked. "Yeah, I don't have a jack or any tools, but I do have a tire," I explained to him. The man, as nice as can be, told me he had the tools and would be more than willing to change my tire for me. I'm not a very big guy, and I'd never done it before, but he seemed completely willing to help me out. He went to his SUV and got his tools, and I was thanking him profusely as I began changing my tire. I got out of the car and stood behind him as he was changing it. I told him I wanted to watch how it was done, so when I do get the tools, and if it ever happened again, I would be better prepared. While the man was explaining to me what to do, something caught the corner of my eye. Looking backwards at the SUV, I saw the scariest thing I'd ever seen in my life. A person, bloody, with duct tape over her mouth, was trying to climb into the front of the car. Her hands were duct taped together, and she looked desperate for help. I was scared to death. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't save the girl. The burly guy would tear me apart without even trying. I just figured the only thing I could do was not let on that I saw her and memorize his license plate number and then call the police when he left. The rest of the tire change was just terrifying. I had no idea what the man intended to do with me. I didn't know if he was just trying to be helpful, if he wanted to hurt me too. I tried not to look too nervous, but every time he moved, I nearly jumped out of my skin. When he had the tire changed and he began lowering the car, I reached into my pocket and grabbed my car keys. He picked up the jack in his cross and asked me to lean over and take a look. I did not want to lean over, so I did it very slowly while keeping an eye on him. When he saw how slowly I was moving, he picked up his tools and went over to put them in the back of his car. Immediately, I grabbed my keys out of my pocket, threw my door open and slammed it shut. I looked in the mirror and saw that the man had noticed me. He began moving quickly around the SUV. I turned the car on and, thank God, horror movie cliches don't happen in real life. My car started and I put it in gear and quickly took off before the man could get to the side of my car. I pulled away, slipping more than once and almost sent my car spinning, but I eventually got away, and it was long before he had a chance to get into his SUV and follow me. I drove straight to the police station to tell them what had happened. While I was giving a statement, they sent cars out to the parking lot. They found the girl, still duct-taped and nearly naked, lying, freezing, and covered in snow in the parking lot. The man must have figured he would get caught and dumped her. He probably didn't figure out that I had memorized his license plate, though. I am very happy to report the police got him, and I testified at his trial, and he went to prison. The woman was hurt and turned out to actually be his girlfriend. She was very convinced that he wanted to kill her, and was very thankful to me that my tire had gone out that night. Number 2. Campus. I don't know what I was thinking when I set up my classes and my living situation during my second year of college. My school had a huge campus, nearly 800 acres. I was a physics major, and I knew the building where all the physics classes were held. During my freshman year, I had to stay in a specific dorm which was built for freshmen. This was in the middle of the campus. But as a sophomore, I could choose which building I wanted to stay in. I got into the honors dorm due to my 4.0 and chose to stay in the honors dorm for that year. It just happened to be on the far side of the campus from the building the physics classes were in. The reason all of this is even relevant is that I never took into account how difficult it would be for me to get to class and back to my dorm during the cold weather. During the early fall and the spring, it was awesome to get all the exercise I was getting walking in the good weather. I lived in a very northern state, though, and it tended to get very frigid in the late fall and throughout winter. I also liked to sleep in, so I took as many classes as I could in the evening. Typical student, I know. In late November, I was in my dorm room watching the news and the weather. We were supposed to be getting quite a bad snowstorm that evening. Although I loved being in class, I really was hoping that evening classes would be canceled and that I could spend the evening alone in my room. Checking out the college website, I was upset that classes were canceled in the morning and throughout the following day, but evening classes for this day were not. I trudged my way to class as the snowflakes were falling. I wasn't too shocked to see that there was not a whole lot of other students out there with me. We had a huge enrollment, but most students were likely going to blow class off. My class, though, was a regular class that I upgraded to an honors class, and I couldn't afford to miss it. Interestingly enough, most of the other physics students did not see it my way. There were not more than 10 students in the entire classroom. I sat in the front and to the side and got settled in for a nice 2-hour class. There were no windows in that classroom, so I had absolutely no idea how bad the snow was falling. But I had an idea I was going to have wet feet once I got back to my room. When class was over, the other students filed out, but I stayed behind to ask the professor a few questions. Once I was done, he left to go back to his office, which was in the same building, and I was pretty much left alone. I walked over to the door and looked out the window. What I saw disheartened me. The snow was loose and knee-deep, and it was falling really hard. Visibility was crap, and it was going to be a pain in the ass and a long walk to get back to my room. I kept looking out the window before I finally figured it wasn't going to get any better. Putting the collar of my coat up and pulling on my hat, I went outside. And it sucked immediately. It was not only much colder than it had been on the way to class, but the snow was actually stinging as it hit my skin. It was hurting my eyes and I had to shade them. This made my already weakened visibility much worse than it had been. I had assumed incorrectly that the snow was falling loose, and that's why it had piled up so much. It was actually very difficult to walk through the snow. I seemed pretty much alone as I first started out. As I walked along towards the center of campus, I finally saw someone else walking along outside as well. Up ahead on the walkway, there was someone standing under a light post. I could only make out their shadow since it was so hard to see. Whoever the person was, though, they obviously noticed me too and gave me what looked like a friendly wave. It felt great to not be completely alone outside. The person, whom I assumed was a student, was motioning for me to catch up with them. The wind and snow was still stinging my eyes, and it was going to take a bit of effort to catch up to them, but they were standing in the direction I was walking anyway. As I got closer and closer, trying to make out features of the person under the light, the first thing I noticed was that whoever it was not very big, and had what looked like long and curly hair. I figured maybe it was a girl student because it also looked like she was holding a purse, although it could have been a book bag as far as I knew. He or she kept motioning for me to come closer and closer, and it began to seem a little weird. As I was squinting against the snow, I noticed that the mystery person wasn't alone. There was a second person there too, laying in the snow. I hadn't noticed at first because the snow was so deep. But as soon as I saw the person, I put 2 and 2 together and realized why the shadow outline person kept beckoning me. Their friend had fallen in the snow and gotten hurt, and they needed my help. Feeling mighty heroic, I began pushing harder and risking slipping myself when I actually heard the person on the ground yell for help. It seemed odd that she was yelling for help because her friend was standing right next to her. Then, when I finally got close enough to make out the features of the person who was standing, I realized why the girl was yelling for help. The guy was wearing a dark trench coat, and the curly hair was from a pull-over clown mask that he was wearing. He was actually standing on the leg of the girl who was laying on the ground. Suddenly feeling even more heroic, I thought that I should try and help the girl who was obviously being held down by this clown. I'm not very big, but she was obviously hurt, and I might be the only chance she had. But when he saw my concern, the clown guy surprised me and moved away from the girl. He put his hands to show me he was backing off. I walked over to the girl with the snowflake stinging my eyes still. When I put my hand out to help her up, she uncovered her head and turned to look at me. My heart skipped a beat when I saw that she was wearing a clown mask too. And she pulled out a frickin' knife from under herself and actually stabbed at me. I fell butt first backward into the snow. I watched as she was getting up off the ground. I tried to get up to move, but I had forgotten about the clown that had backed off. He had actually gotten behind me and he grabbed me, roughly pulling me to my feet. Once I was up, he was holding one of my arms behind my back, as the other was around my chest. The girl clown was now fully up as well, and she moved at me through the snow. I struggled to try to throw the clown behind me off, but I couldn't get any leverage with the slippery floor. As the girl clown came towards me, I did the only thing I could think of to do. I clumsily kicked some snow at her, and there was enough of it to throw her off guard for a moment. But it didn't do me any good. The male clown wrenched my arm, and the girl clown gained her composure. She walked up to me again, brandishing the knife and then holding it up. Once she was close enough so I could see her eyes, the female clown put the knife up against my face. She pressed the tip into my face, and I yelped when it pierced the skin. Then she drug the knife down, cutting my cheek open. Then she whispered in my ear, "Stevenson 302. My dorm room number. Then the clown behind me threw me onto the ground. I was worried about my face, but happy the two let me go. As I was trying to get myself to my feet, I noticed them hurrying away. It didn't take long until both clowns were both lost in the snow. Should I have felt relieved? Yeah. I thought they were going to kill me. Did I feel relieved? No. They knew who I was, and they knew where my dorm room was, and they were obviously willing to hurt me. And the worst thing was, I had no idea who they were, what they looked like, and when I would see them again. Fortunately, housing let me change apartments. I was pissed that I had to leave the honors dorm, but a room had opened up in a dorm closer to the science building. I never found out who the clowns were, so I really have no idea if I ever saw them again. They could be anywhere with me. They could be in class with me. I wouldn't know. Number 3. The video store. I know this is going to seem really weird, but in order for you to understand what happened in this story, I have to let you know what my circumstances were back then. When I was 19, I got an apartment with a friend of mine from high school. We didn't have much money, so we didn't really have much to put in the apartment. My parents weren't really made of money and didn't really help when I moved out. It was fine though, I didn't expect them or really even want them to help. The one big mistake I made though is that I should have waited until I could buy a car before I moved out. This happened in northern Illinois, back when Blockbuster Video was still a thing. I bring that up because I worked at a Blockbuster that was a few miles away from the apartment building. Although I could almost always take the bus to get to work, the buses in the area never ran late, so if I was working a night shift, I would generally have to walk home. It wasn't really bad, and I didn't even mind the walking or the cold. The only thing that ever bothered me was when it rained or snowed, because I hated being wet. And you know that even if you have an umbrella, you can't really be out walking in the rain or snow without getting somewhat wet. It was mid-December and I was working a really late shift at the video store. We didn't close until 11 p.m. We were expecting a lot of snow that night, so our business was really dead. The manager of the store actually asked me if I wouldn't mind closing the store up on my own. He had to go pick his kids up from school and he wanted to get them home before the snow started. I didn't mind. In fact, I relished the idea of being alone at work. We weren't going to get any customers in that night, so I'd have the whole place to myself and I could watch any movies I wanted to. The snow started falling not long after my manager left. It was about 5 p.m. I watched the snow falling in the light of the street lamps, and they were big flakes. The snow was sticking and it began piling up pretty quickly. Despite enjoying the fact that I was alone in the store, I was beginning to dread the eventual walk home. Sometimes I could convince someone at the job to give me a ride, but in those weather conditions there was no one around to ask. When the snow first began falling, there was a small increase in business. Customers were likely aware that they were going to be stuck in the house all evening and they wanted movies to watch. But as soon as it hit about 6:30 p.m., the store was completely dead, and the parking lot and roads were completely empty. I was watching a movie on the display televisions when I heard the buzzer that someone had come in the door. It was a somewhat tall and ragged-looking man. He looked a lot like the stereotypical Vietnam vet drifter you see in an old movie. He was unshaven, wearing a green jacket with patches, long wild hair being held by a do-rag, and he had very crazy eyes. He was also soaked from coming in from the snow. He tracked and dropped globs of snow all over the carpeting, annoying the hell out of me. It became obvious to me before too long that the man was not going to rent any movies. He was just coming in from the cold and snow. He kept moving from aisle to aisle, not really looking at anything, just trying to make himself seem busy. Every now and then, he'd shoot me a dirty look when he knew I was watching him. It unnerved me a little because I had to watch him. I was the only employee in the store and I had to keep an eye on suspicious people. And this guy was super suspicious. When the guy had been in the store for over 30 minutes without picking up a single video, as well as going down the same aisles over and over again, I finally worked up the nerve to approach him. I was already upset that he had tracked snow all over the store and the carpet was going to be cleaned. I didn't even get a chance to offer him any help though, because when I walked up to him, before I said a word, the man got very defensive. "Oh, you want me to leave your store, don't you?" he asked as I was approaching. "I'm not the kind of guy you want in here, scaring your other customers away, am I?" Before I had a chance to answer and tell him I was just offering help, and that there were no other customers in the store, the man began storming through the store. He knocked over several shelves of videos in a rage, while just yammering on, saying things like, "All of you people can go screw off. I just want to watch a movie like everyone else," and other mindless ranting. I couldn't do much as I just watched the man slam the door and then disappear into the snow. It took me most of the rest of the night to clean up after that guy. I had to clean off the video cases he knocked on the floor. They had fallen into the wet snow he tracked in. I had to restock them in the right places, and then I had to go and get the little Bissell green machine to soak up all the water he had tracked in. About a half hour before we closed, I had finally finished cleaning up. I hadn't gotten a single customer in that time period, but I wasn't surprised. The snow had been falling heavily and steadily, and it was piling up. I walked up to the front door to get a look out at how high the snow had been piling up. There was at least 2 feet of snow out there, and I knew it was going to be hell trudging home. I didn't see any cars on the road, and the snow was pretty piled up there too. At least I thought when I got home. I had the next day off, so I could fix some hot chocolate and just enjoy the weather. As I was scanning the outside, though, a figure standing off in the falling snow caught my attention. I was in a rather large shopping area, and he was in the Target parking lot. It shouldn't have bothered me, but I honestly thought he was looking at my store. My mind immediately considered that it may have been the drifter from earlier, but that just seemed ridiculous. The man had left nearly 2 hours earlier, and he couldn't have just been hanging out in the snow. He'd have to be insane to try and weather such conditions as long as he would have had to. I went back to the counter for a few moments, but really couldn't shake it from my mind. After just a few more moments, I walked back over to the front door, and I saw the man was still standing out there, exactly in the same place, and still looking at my store. I looked at my watch and saw that there was only 15 minutes left until I was supposed to close. It seemed that most of the other stores in the area had closed early due to the storm, and I decided it would probably just be a good idea to close myself. Looking at the guy in the storm, I pulled the door tight and locked it. I couldn't take my drawer out because it wasn't closing time, but I switched the sign to close, and I went into the back room to get a drink. When it hit 11 o'clock, I went back up to get my drawer so I could close it down. Immediately when I got into the lobby, I froze when I saw the man from earlier standing at the front door of the store. As soon as he saw me, he began pounding on the window. "Let me in! I want to run a video!" he yelled at me. The man was covered in snow as if he had been standing out there for the past 2.5 hours and hadn't knocked any of it off him. Steadying myself, I called out, "I'm sorry, but we're closed." The moment I said that, the man went into a rage. He grabbed the door handle and began shaking the door as much as possible. He was screaming at me, telling me he had been there before they closed and I needed to let him back in so he could run a video. He kept pounding on the glass, and I can't even describe the fear that I felt. I warned him to stop or I'd call the police, and that just made it worse. The man's eyes grew wide and he sneered at me and began throwing himself against the door, screaming, "I was in here before! I was in here before! I was in here before!" over and over and over again. Terrified, I ran for the phone and dialed 911. I told the operator what was going on and that the guy continued it throughout the call. She told me they would dispatch a car, but due to the weather, it might take a while for them to get there. She advised me to keep an eye on the guy and find something to protect myself with. When I got off the phone, the lunatic was still pounding his body up against the door. I was still terrified, but in a shaky but loud voice, I told him I called the cops. He stopped, and after a moment, a grin slowly spread across his face. The man reached into his jacket and pulled out a hunting knife. You know the kind I mean, with the slightly curved blade and the slightly serrated backside. He tapped it against the window, and then, grabbing the blade with his other hand, slowly and completely sliced open the palm of his hand. He then took his palm and smeared blood all over the door.
After putting the knife back in his jacket, he looked at me and said, "I was in here before. I'll be waiting for you on your walk home." And he walked back off into the snow. The police arrived and took a report. I was there for a long time, and they had to call my manager. The police had to take the security cameras. It was nearly 1 a.m. by the time I finally got to leave. At least when I did, the police gave me a ride home.
Number 1. Sub sandwiches. I worked at a Jimmy John's restaurant for a couple of years when I was in college over at UW-Madison. It was a nice place to work, and I had a car, so I got hired as a delivery driver. There's something about doing a majority of your work in your car that makes the job so much more enjoyable. Plus, I could tape my study notes and play them in the car while I drove. Early on during my sophomore year of college, I began delivering to a man who lived in Verona. He was right on the edge of our delivery area. He was a nice older man, likely in his early 70s. The first time I delivered to him, he was quite taken with me, I could tell. After that first delivery, he began asking on the phone when he placed an order, "Is Jen working?" Now I know that most people would think this is creepy right away, but it never came across to me that way. He was nice. He never came on to me. The old man didn't even give me the once-over whenever I was over there. He always gave me a healthy tip, and as a Jimmy John's driver, tips don't always come with every order. It really didn't matter to me that he obviously liked me because he was never creepy or weird about it. At least once or twice a week, he would call in an order, and each time he would ask, "Is Jen working?" And with that, I would deliver the sandwich to him. During finals week that year, I decided to go ahead and work. I didn't need to take the time off to study because I could just study in my car. One afternoon, only 2 hours into work, the snow started falling very steadily, and it began accumulating very quickly. We didn't get a whole lot of orders that day, so I ironically wasn't getting much studying done. I did have my books out in the car, so I went out and grabbed them and got to work. At about 9 p.m., the phone rang. I answered it, and before I was even able to give my name, I heard the familiar voice of the old man ask me, "Is Jen working?" He placed his regular order, and I got in my car to drive to his place. I had to drive rather slowly because the snow was slippery. I was born and raised in Wisconsin, so I was used to driving in the snow. But this particular snow was a bit sloppy, and I found myself skidding quite a bit. The snow was also piling up fast on my windshield, so I had to keep my wipers on full blast to remove it. And then I would get that weird windshield water film on it, and with the light reflecting off the film, it was very difficult to see where I was going. Fortunately, Jimmy John's only delivers really close to their stores, so I got to the house pretty quickly. I parked on the street, right behind another car which appeared to be warming up. I thought that was odd because with the snowstorm in full gear, I didn't think anybody should really be out driving unless they had to. Home was the perfect place to be. I grabbed the old man's order and got out of the car. Looking at the house, I noticed that he had all of his lights off this time, which was rather unusual. I went up and knocked on his door. There was no answer. So I knocked again. This time, I heard a voice from inside the house yell at me, "Come in!" This was different than every other time I had delivered there. The man had always come to the door. He never even asked me to come inside after he'd opened the door. So this was odd. I really didn't want to come into his house. So I knocked on the door again. I again heard him yell at me to come in. After considering it for a moment, I finally decided to go into the house. The man had always been nice to me before, and I had no reason to expect this time would be any different. It was pretty unlikely that he would have been the type of creep that would spend months trying to gain my trust, then invite me into his house and do something to me. That just seemed kinda silly. So I opened the door and walked in. The house was only dimly lit by a lamp in the corner. I was in the front hallway. I looked around, and looking into the living room, I saw the man in his rocking chair, right by the fireplace. There was a very small fire going. I couldn't really see much else other than the man's silhouette in the rocking chair. I was really unnerved right then, and I felt like I should just turn around, go back outside, get in my car and leave. It was then that something caught my eye. Looking on the floor by the chair, I saw a knife lying on the carpet. That was the clincher that convinced me to leave. I turned, and as I turned, I heard the man tell me, "Jen, don't go!" in a raspy voice. In my head, I was telling myself, "Screw that. This is too messed up, you creep." I had been moving slowly, but I noticed that the man made no attempt to get up and follow me. So, I turned and rushed towards the door. Just as I got to the door, which I had closed after I came in, I saw something move off to the side of the door on the porch. My heart jumped in my chest. I realized that somebody was standing off to the side of the door, pressed up against the house. I realized right then why the man hadn't gotten up to come after me. He had an accomplice outside who was going to grab me as I left. It seemed like an eternity passed as I stood there, wondering what I should do next. I had a creep both inside and outside of the house. Regardless of what I did, I would be subject to one of them. The man outside then moved, and I knew he'd noticed that I was not moving. As he motioned towards the door, I quickly reached out and grabbed it. I pulled it shut and locked it. The man then looked at me through the window. He was wearing a black ski mask over his face, but I could see anger in his eyes. He began pounding on the door, and I did the only thing I could think of to do. I took out my cell phone and dialed 911. I showed him the screen, and I showed him as I hit the call button. The creep got the hint, and he turned and left. He got into the car that I previously saw warming up and drove off. It turned out that the old man wasn't trying to hurt me at all. In the time period of about 30 minutes that it took from the time he placed his order and the time I got there, someone had broken into his house, beat him, and tied him to his rocking chair. The intruder was robbing the old man, and he had been loading some things in his car when he saw me pull up. Apparently, he was going to do something to me on my way back out. Well, even though nobody was hurt, and the old man gave me a pretty good tip for saving him, I just couldn't take the stress of that job anymore. I quit and got a job waiting tables. I'm much happier. Number 2. Pizza. This is the weirdest thing to ever happen to me in my entire life. I cannot actually even explain how it happened, but I can guarantee that it did happen. During a snowstorm one winter, I was hanging out with my then girlfriend. We were having a wonderful evening and we decided that we should watch a movie and order a pizza. I hated the idea of making a pizza delivery guy have to deliver a pizza in a snowstorm, but my girlfriend insisted that they often get very busy when it snows out. So I broke down and I let her order a pizza. We then settled in and tried to decide what movie to watch. Nearly 45 minutes after we had placed the order, my girlfriend began to get very impatient. I tried to tell her that with the driving conditions so poor, combined with the increased business that she had told me about, she had to give the poor guy a little bit of leeway as to when he would arrive with the pizza. She would have none of this though, and just kept on saying bad things about the pizza place. Finally, about an hour after I placed the order, I noticed the lights of a car pull up outside. I heard someone come up on the porch and knock on the door. I went to the door and opened it, and it was of course the pizza deliverer. He gave me the pizza, which I had already paid for, and I gave him a tip. This was despite the fact that my girlfriend insisted that he did not deserve a tip, because he had taken so long to get there. She did this right in front of him. I apologized for her behavior and sent him on his way. I put the pizza box down on the kitchen counter. I then proceeded to get into a fight with my girlfriend about being rude to the pizza guy. I had never seen her act so bitchy about something before. But she had a bug up her ass about pizza delivery guys for some reason. I warned her that she had to be careful, or one day when she ordered something, she would end up with spit in her food. If she was lucky. If she was unlucky, it could be something worse. As the two of us were arguing, I heard another knock at the door. Confused as to who could possibly be coming over to the house during a snowstorm, the two of us went to answer the door. Upon opening it, there was a pizza delivery guy standing there. He apologized for the long wait in getting the pizza to us. We were surprised, and I told him that our pizza had already been delivered. The driver was insistent that that was impossible because he was the only delivery car working that night. He apologized again, saying that is why it took so long for him to get there. I didn't know what to do, but I had already paid for the pizza online, so it didn't seem that the pizza place would be trying to screw us over. The driver seemed genuinely confused and upset. Then my girlfriend began verbally assaulting him. I couldn't understand why she was acting this way. After a moment, I became fed up with it, and I just took the second pizza. I gave the driver a tip, and he left. We walked back into the kitchen, with my girlfriend just nagging me about how she had been right about pizza delivery guys being jerks. She told me I shouldn't have tipped the second guy because he was just conning me. It just didn't make sense, and I was getting really fed up with the way she was acting. I decided it would be best just to have our pizza and watch the movie. I got myself a plate, and I proceeded to open both boxes. When I opened the box delivered by the first driver, my girlfriend screamed. I looked, and there was a ripped-up body of a dead rat scattered all over the pizza. And on the back of the box, in red ink, which was made to look like blood, but I knew that it wasn't, was written, "Next time, bitch." I don't know what it meant, and I never found out as we broke up shortly afterward. However, considering the way my girlfriend was acting towards the pizza delivery guys, she had probably pissed somebody off pretty badly in the past. The thing that was weird is I had no idea how the first deliverer even knew we had ordered a pizza. Whatever it was, whatever conflict my girlfriend had with the pizza people, I'm pretty glad I never found out. Number 3. Chinese. I'm the son of 2 first-generation immigrants from China. My parents came over during the 1960s, after the immigration quota was raised following the 1965 Immigration Act. They settled in Chicago, and I was their first child born in the United States. I grew up in the 1970s and early to mid-1980s. My parents opened up a restaurant in the 1970s that I still own today. Although I currently enjoy a lot of success, this wasn't always the case. In the early days, the restaurant didn't make much money. To keep from hiring too much outside help, all of the family had to pitch in. I'm sure you've seen this happen at some smaller Chinese restaurants. I would come to the store after school and sit in the booth by the cash register and do my homework. If the phone rang, I would be the one taking the order. When the customers came to pick up their food, I would hand them the food and take their money. I didn't get paid for it, but it was minimal work and it really didn't interrupt my studying very much. When I was 16, old enough to legally drive and work, my parents hired me as a delivery driver. I was happy to finally be making some money. I basically only worked for tips, but it was a decent amount of tips. More often than not, after that, my younger brothers and sisters took over the hosting duties. This is a story of something that happened to me back in the mid-1980s. I had finished up at school and was headed into work. We expected a pickup and delivery business that day because there was supposed to be a snowstorm that evening. My parents were not the sort who would cancel delivery service because of the weather. The flurries had begun to fall before I had even left school. And by the time I arrived at work, the snow was falling heavily. It seemed at first that my parents were wrong about the extra business. For the first couple of hours, we didn't get a single customer. It was probably after 5 p.m., and the snow had been piling up significantly. I then heard a customer come into the store. My younger brother was supposed to greet him, but I decided to do it since we were so slow. The man who walked in immediately made me uncomfortable. I don't really know why. He didn't look very threatening, but he was acting weird. He was squinting, and I really hoped it was because of the dim light in the restaurant and not because we were Asian. We also had a big aquarium, and he walked over to it and began talking to the fish. Then he came up to the counter. After looking at the menu, he actually said to me, "Hey, so what do you recommend, Fu Manchu?" I groaned inwardly, but I tried not to show the annoyance on my face. This sort of behavior wasn't completely unheard of, and my parents usually tolerated idiots in order to make money. I suggested to him that he should order the beef and broccoli, and when I did, rather than order, he just looked at the menu for quite a while. It was uncomfortable. When I began to say something, he looked away from the menu and looked down at me. He met my gaze head on, and the look in his eyes sent a shiver down my spine. "Can I help you with something?" I finally asked, a little bit of annoyance in my voice. He didn't answer me, and then, although I hadn't meant to, I began drumming my fingers on the counter impatiently. He noticed and was annoyed. The man simply looked at my fingers, and then after a long pause, he asked me, "Do you know karate?" I, in fact, did not know karate, but this was not an uncommon stereotype back in the 1980s. I didn't answer the question. The man then started making fake karate noises at me, and it was making me uncomfortable. He said things like, "Wah!" and "Hi-ya!" I just stared at him. He then asked me again, "So, do you know karate, tough guy? You want to settle this outside?" "Settle what?" I asked him. "I haven't even said anything to you." The man started getting boisterous with his karate noises, and his loud voice attracted the attention of my mother. She came out and saw the man giving me a hard time. Once she assessed the situation, she demanded that the man leave. The guy stopped, and then he pulled a pocket knife out of his coat and began waving it at me and my mother. He told my mother to make him leave. When he started to make a ruckus again, my dad and two of the men from the kitchen came out, one with his own much bigger knife. The chef demanded the other man leave, and he did, after giving me a long and dirty look. As the evening deepened, the snowstorm began bringing in the regular influx of customers. I had to let my brother and sister take orders because I was getting tons of delivery orders. Delivery was rough as the snow was falling heavy, and I had to drive very slowly. I had to pile several orders into the car and drive to each building at a crawl. I had 3 delivery orders to get out around 10 p.m. Fortunately, 2 of them were from the same apartment building, so after delivering the first, the second and third would be very easy. I got out of my car, the snow hitting me in the eyes, and I went up to the buzzer. I immediately was buzzed into the gate, and then walked up to the building. The first hallway was long and empty, and I knocked on the door at its end. I delivered the order, and then got into the elevator to go to the top floor. Arriving at the next apartment, I knocked on the door. It might not come as a surprise to anybody reading this that the man who answered was the racist man from the restaurant earlier. When he opened the door, I felt like a ball of lead formed in my stomach. I tried to keep my composure and tried to hand the man his food. The creep did not give me the money, nor did he try to take his food. He just smiled at me, and after a long pause, he asked me the question again. "Do you know karate?" My heart was beating fast, and I really just wanted to turn and run off. I didn't answer, and I just tried to hand the food over to the man. He didn't take it. He made some of his exaggerated karate noises again, and then he asked me, "Do you know karate?" Finally, I shook my head no. I guess in retrospect I should have said yes. He was obviously asking me because he wanted to know how easily he could beat my ass. Although I was expecting a beating almost right away, he just put his hand out for his food. I nervously handed it to him, and he held it for a moment before then just dropping it on the floor. I then stood there for a moment, my mind telling me to run. The man then lifted his foot up and stomped all over the food, busting it all over the floor. I made to run off, but the man grabbed me and violently pushed me backwards, with my back hitting the wall across the hallway. I hit my head on the wall and felt all fuzzy for a moment. The man then walked out into the hallway, and I wanted to get up and leave, but the wind was still knocked out of me. I didn't know what to do, but I thought this racist jackass was going to kill me. Not much time must have passed between the time that I fell against the wall and when the man stood over me, because someone in the apartment behind the wall that I hit opened their door. A man in his early 20s looked out the door, and he noticed me laying on the floor. The other man immediately went back into his apartment and slammed and locked the door. The new guy helped me up, and he offered to call the hospital for me. I declined, but I did ask him to walk me out of the building. I didn't tell my parents what happened. They were pretty overprotective, so I knew if I did, they probably wouldn't let me deliver anymore. And I really liked that job. Fortunately, nothing like this ever happened again. With winter quickly about to be over, I hope you enjoyed these 3 final tales of terror that have happened during the winter. But don't forget, spring can be just as scary. Enjoy. Number 1. The Corner. My name is Brandon. I have an identical twin brother named Bryan. Yes, our parents did decide to give us similar names. Fortunately, they never made us dress alike. We did, however, share a bedroom. We had one older brother and one older sister, but they had their own separate rooms. When we were 12, Bryan began acting a little strange. He started having a lot of problems sleeping, and I would often hear him tossing and turning in his sleep. It worried me, but I was at first very hesitant to ask him about it. It continued on, and finally when Bryan was going through his days with bloodshot eyes and dozing off in school, I brought it up to him. He didn't want to talk about it, which really hurt my feelings. He was my twin brother, and we shared everything. I pressed him on it, and he actually got angry at me and snapped, "I don't want to fucking talk about it." I was hurt, but I got the point. I didn't ask him about it again. Things got really weird during a snowstorm that winter. It started snowing that evening, and it was falling pretty heavily. I remember my dad was about to go and shovel the driveway, and I decided to offer to do it for him. It was late, and he had to work in the morning, and I just wanted to do something nice. Bryan offered to help me out, but I told him that he looked way too sleep-deprived to do anything, and he should just relax and maybe try to get some sleep. So, while the rest of the family went to bed, I went ahead outside and shoveled the driveway. I remember feeling really good about myself, doing something to help the family out. When I had shoveled and put down some salt, I went inside to take a shower and get ready to relax for a while. It had been about a couple hours since my brother had gone to bed, and I figured I could go in and get a change of clothes. I entered the bedroom and saw something that has really bugged me to this day. My twin brother was sitting on his knees and facing the wall in the far corner of the room. I stopped and was about to ask him what was going on. It was then that I heard him talking, and I will never forget the words he said. "This is our house,
and you don't live here anymore. Leave my brother Brandon alone. He never did anything to you. This is our house, and you don't live here anymore. Leave my brother Brandon alone. He never did anything to you." I had no idea how to react. It was the strangest thing I'd ever seen in my life. It was like he was having a dialogue with a wall or something. I don't know how long I stood there, just listening to him repeat these words over and over again. Eventually, though, Bryan got up and turned around and looked at me. "Brandon," he said, a bit surprised that I was behind him. "Bryan," I asked, "who were you talking to?" Bryan looked a little embarrassed. He looked around the room nervously and then back over his shoulder. And then he told me he was talking to Kevin. "Who's Kevin?" I asked. Bryan just tilted his head and looked at me with his tired and bloodshot eyes. He sighed and replied, "Kevin is the old man who lives in the wall. He never lets me sleep, and he wants to kill you." With that, Bryan walked over to me and gave me a huge hug. While hugging me, he cried, "I don't want you to die." I helped my brother get into bed and assured him no one was going to kill me. He fell asleep very quickly. I can't explain it, but afterward, Bryan's sleeping problems stopped. I never brought up the incident that night again, but I'll never forget it. Number 2. Cold Nightmare. I prefer winter so much over summer, and all the other seasons. I think some people think I'm crazy, but cold air is so much better. Winter clothes are so much nicer than summer clothes. It's a lot easier to keep warm than it is to keep cool. It's also easier for me to fall asleep in the cold weather. I tend to enjoy the cold weather so much that I tend to sleep with the window open in order to fall asleep faster. The only problem is that when I do this, it tends to really affect my dreams, and I sometimes have horrific nightmares. One of the worst nightmares I ever had was during a snowstorm. I was having trouble falling asleep, so I opened up the window to try and get a nice cool breeze going. I was bundled up really nice, so I began feeling good and very drowsy. In no time, I was fast asleep. The dream I had was just completely bizarre. From what I remember, I was tied up on a hospital operating table, facing up. 3 crazy-looking doctors were going through all these different and weird instruments, trying to decide what they were going to use on me. It was really cold on the operating table, and I was absolutely terrified and shivering. Finally, after talking, one of the doctors went over to my foot. He took a scalpel and began tracing the outline of my foot with the blade. It didn't hurt though, it actually felt okay, but he kept running the blade up and down my foot. I tried to pull my foot away a few times, but found that I couldn't move. I tried jerking it as the doctor kept rubbing my foot with the scalpel. After quite a few tries, I was finally successful in jerking my foot away, and the jerk caused my foot to hit the operating table. I obviously jerked my foot in real life too, and I woke right up. Looking down, I saw an arm reaching in from the window by my bed, and a hand was caressing my foot. I screamed and pulled my foot away, and the hand immediately pulled away and out the window. Reacting as quickly as I could, I reached over and slammed the window down. I watched as someone ran off into the falling snow. I couldn't make out who it was, and they were gone very quickly. I've never slept like that since, and many times when I try to lay down and I can't sleep, I feel an impulse to open the window, but then I remember that hand was on my leg, and I just can't bring myself to open the window. Number 3. Changing the tire. I had a really bad experience a few years ago when, in the middle of the night, my car broke down in the middle of nowhere. Although I had a cell phone, I didn't really have any money to afford a tow. I couldn't get in touch with any of my friends to come and help me out. I had pulled over into the parking lot of a factory, and there was not much traffic going through there. I had no option but to try and walk somewhere to find help. While I was walking, I was picked up by 2 men who didn't even speak any English, so we couldn't communicate since they only spoke Spanish and I don't know any. They picked me up, and I was somehow able to let them know that my car had broke down. Apparently, they had a family member or a friend, I wasn't sure, who had a tow truck, and they towed my car for free and gave me a ride home. They actually even offered to buy me something to eat. I was so touched that I knew that I had to pay it forward if I ever saw someone in a similar situation. The following winter, I was late getting out of the office one night. I was so deeply into my work that I hadn't even noticed that it started snowing outside. Close to 8 p.m., I finally decided I had to leave. To my surprise, it had snowed so hard that my car was completely covered in snow. It took me nearly half an hour to get it cleaned off decently so I could drive home. It was still snowing pretty heavily on the way home. I had to drive pretty slowly, but I was at least thankful that there were not many other cars on the road. I was very eager to get home. As I was driving, though, I saw a car on the side of the street up in the distance. It had its emergency flashing lights on. It was hard to make it out at first, but as I got closer and closer, I saw someone struggling with one of the tires. Apparently, they must have been trying to change a flat or something. At that point, I wanted nothing more than to just get home. But I remembered the kindness that was shown to me when my car broke down, and I remembered my promise to myself to pay it forward. There weren't any other cars on the street, and no one else might help even if there had been cars on the street. I went back and forth a few times, and I remembered how I felt as I was walking along the side of the road that night, and that made up my mind for me. I had to help out. I pulled my car over to the side of the road and got out of the car. It was a younger blonde woman who was having struggles. She came up to my car after I got out, thanked me profusely for stopping, and told me that she was having problems getting the hubcap off the car. I asked her to show me what she was using, and I followed her over to the car. The woman seemed a bit nervous. The first thing that I noticed was the tire really didn't look all that flat. It seemed fishy, but It seemed worse that she didn't even have a jack out or any tools to take the hubcap off. As I walked past the car, my eyes caught sight of something that nearly stopped the beating of my heart. There was someone hunkered in the back seat of the car, hiding under a blanket. They were peeking out, and I only caught them for a split second before they pulled the blanket quickly back over their face. Although I was scared and regretted stopping immediately, I tried to play it off as cool as I could. I looked at the tire and told her it shouldn't be too difficult to get the hubcap off and change the tire. I just needed to get my jack. Me telling her that was my attempt to get back into my car. She insisted that she had a jack, and she actually asked me to get it out of the back seat of her car while she looked for the appropriate place on the car to put the jack. It was the lamest excuse I'd ever heard, and she was obviously just wanting me to open the back door of her car and hope that I would be caught off guard by whoever it was in the back seat. I actually can use my own jack, I told her. I'll go get it. Well, mine would be better for my car, she blurted out quickly. Just get it out of the back seat of my car. I'll find the right part of the car to use to jack it up. I tried my best to not give away that I had noticed someone was in the back seat. I insisted that I knew how to use my own jack. She appeared to be nervous, and I saw her eyes shoot over to the back seat of her car several times. She told me that both her jack and her tire iron were in the back seat of the car, and that gave me the information I needed. I told her I'd get the jack out of my car and then get her tire iron. She accepted this, and I slowly made my way back to my car. My heart was pounding. She actually followed me. I went to open my door, telling her that I was going to have to pop the trunk. My luck may have run out then, because I saw the person in the back seat rise up and move to open the door. Forgetting everything anyone has ever told me about not striking a woman, I knocked the bitch down and out of my way. The back door opened, and a man hurried out of it. He was wearing a Freddy Krueger mask, I kid you not, and he had a large tire iron in his hand. Fortunately, I had not turned my car off, so I was able to get into it and slam and lock the door very quickly. Although they both tried to get to me and get in the way, I made it very clear I had no problem hitting both of them with my car. My wheels spun, which amusingly splashed them with this vile mixture of dirty snow, and my car took off without them able to do me any harm. I got away fine, and went to the police to let them know what had happened. The worst thing about this is that it ruined for me what should have been a good experience of helping another person the way I was helped. Although I do get the desire to help people stranded on the side of the road, I just can't bring myself to do it again.
Number 1. The Shape. I always liked living alone. I don't live alone anymore. I have a family. But as much as I enjoyed living by myself, and I do miss it, the scariest experience I have ever had in my life occurred when I rented a house all by myself. The night that this took place, I had gotten home from work rather late. I only worked until 6 p.m., but the snow had begun to fall pretty steadily hours before my shift was over. By the time I was ready to go home, the ground was covered in at least a foot of snow. and the snow was still falling pretty heavily. It was difficult to see more than a couple feet in front of my car. So, after I took the time to scrape all the snow off the top of my car, I slowly crept home. It was nearly 10 p.m. by the time I got there. I was just pretty thankful that I didn't have to work the next day. It's probably mildly important to understand the place where I lived. It was a subdivision, but it was a much older one. Years before, many of the houses were torn down, so there were only a few houses on my street. There was one street light, which was maybe about 30 feet down the road from my house. When I was driving home, I saw someone walking on the street. He was right under the street lamp. I figured it was just one of my neighbors. So I passed by him, pulled into my driveway, and made myself comfortable. I took a quick and warm shower, got wrapped up in a warm blanket, made myself a cup of tea, and then I went into my living room to watch a little bit of television and hopefully unwind. As I walked back into the living room, I happened to glance out the front window. I was a bit surprised to see the shape of the man still standing in the area under the street lamp. The snow was still falling pretty hard, so I really couldn't make out anything about the guy other than the shadowy shape of his body. I tried not to think about it. Maybe it was someone who was waiting for a ride or something. I just sat down and turned the television on. I had my cup of tea. It probably took me a good half hour before I was done with it. Deciding I wanted another, I got up. I remembered the guy standing under the street lamp. Curiosity got the better of me, and I glanced out the window. Yes, he was still there, and he was still standing in the same place, under the lamp. I was beginning to get rather nervous, so I walked over to my door and made sure it was locked. It was pretty creepy that this guy was just standing out there. I couldn't tell if he was watching me or what he was doing. I went back into the kitchen and made myself another cup of tea. When I came back, I once again glanced out the window. This time, I was relieved to see that the guy was finally gone. I felt like I could relax again. I'm not sure of how long I sat in my chair watching television. All I do know is that I was indeed finally feeling completely relaxed. Although I had gotten my mind off thinking about the shape of that guy, I did find my mind strained back to it for some reason. I began to feel some sort of nagging suspicion. I couldn't quite understand why, until I noticed that something had caught my eye. I looked at one of the side windows, and felt a shock run through my body when I saw the face of a man looking at me through the window. He was just looking at me. I was freaked out, since it had been at least an hour since I had seen him, and it made me wonder if he had been at the window watching me this whole time. But when he noticed that I noticed him, he moved quickly and smashed the window in. I have to say, though, I am pretty impressed with how I handled this. I jumped up involuntarily, ran into my bedroom, grabbed my Louisville Slugger, came back into the living room. The man was halfway in the window, pulling himself in. I just wailed on him with the bat. He grunted a few times, and I hit him in the shoulder. This seemed to hurt him the most, and he fell back out the window. He stumbled to his feet and ran off. I called the police and they came out. They did end up picking the guy up, which was a relief. What wasn't a relief was when they were investigating around my house. They found a meat cleaver, laying in the snow, outside of the window that had been smashed in. Number 2. Cold pizza. This happened during my winter break at college. I won't mention what college it was, only that it was a rather large campus in a state that has some very cold and snowy winters.
The campus was always crawling with students at every time of the day and even the night. But when winter break came around, it became a ghost town. Hell, I'm pretty sure there were more people there than I probably realized, but it really seemed like it was empty. And this winter, it was cold. So cold that my dorm windows were frozen solid. I could barely see through them. It was snowing constantly, and we had sub-zero temperatures and an ungodly wind chill every day. I had a job delivering pizza. It was busy as hell delivering pizza on a college campus, and it didn't get much better in the winter either. In the winter, it's much easier to have a pizza delivery boy bring you your pizza than go to the store to buy any other food for yourself. The winter break was the only, break that I ever got. On this snowy and freezing day, we weren't very busy. I think it was around 7 p.m. when we got an order for a plain cheese pizza. It was an off-campus delivery. Also, they were paying in cash. I hated that. It was so much less stressful when customers just paid online with credit cards. It was a hard drive, because even though the roads were plowed, it was constantly snowing and freezing back over. A couple times, my car skidded and slid around on the road. I arrived at the house and I pulled into their driveway. I prefer parking on the street, but they had a long driveway. I got out. Almost slipped and fell on the unsalted steps, but I got up to the door. I rang the doorbell. No one answered. I rang it again. No one answered. I was beginning to think I was right, and this order was a prank. I always suspected that when people paid in cash. And finally, when I was about to leave, isn't that always the way, someone finally answered the door. And it was the nastiest, smelliest man I'd ever encountered in my life. His face was covered in scabs, and he was picking at one of them. I really didn't even want to touch any of the money that he was going to give me. The worst part was that he had a hunting knife strapped to his belt. Fortunately, it was snapped in its sheath. But it still seemed weird to be walking around the house with a knife strapped to your belt. "Oh, hey, I forgot to get my wallet," the man told me. "Come on in while I get it so I can pay you." I declined, telling the man I was fine. I'd rather wait on the porch. "Nonsense," he told me. "It's freezing out there. Come on in so you can at least be warm while you're waiting. It might take me a while to find my wallet." This was too bizarre. He wanted me to come in, and he didn't know where his wallet was. Plus, he had a knife strapped to his belt. I was not gonna come in. In fact, there was nothing more I wanted than to just leave. I declined another time. The man stopped picking at his face. He seemed annoyed, but I couldn't imagine why. He then lowered his hand to the sheath and undid the snap. He then told me sternly, "I insist you come on into the house to warm up." Screw this, I told myself. I had seen way too many horror movies to do something this stupid. I told the guy that the pizza was on the house, and I was just going to leave. I held it out to him, but he didn't take it. His hand just rested on the knife. He looked really irritated. I'd had enough. I just told him, "Fine," and I dropped the pizza on the floor. His hand, resting on the knife, now gripped it. He pulled it slightly out of the sheath, but not all the way. Not wanting to turn my back on the guy, I walked backwards off of the porch. I tried watching him, and I stupidly forgot how slippery the ground was. I slipped on the ice right onto my butt. Fortunately, I was still watching the guy, so when he stepped forward over the pizza, I had the time to scramble to my feet, dash to my car and get in. The man stopped a few feet from my car as I put it into reverse and got the hell out of there. I watched him as I backed out, and looked back at him as I drove off. He simply stood in his driveway, watching me as I left. You sure do meet some weird freaks when you deliver pizza. Number 3. The Strange Place. I don't really know how scary this story is, but it is a really strange story. This happened back in the mid-1990s. Although I am from the Chicago area, for a period of about 9 months, I lived in Racine, Wisconsin, and my parents lived in a town in the northwest suburbs of Chicago. I didn't have a car, so in order to visit my parents for the holiday, I had to take a bus from Racine to Kenosha, and then catch a metro train in Kenosha. There were only about 4 trains leaving Kenosha each day. The bus that dropped me off in Kenosha arrived about 4 hours before my train left. The reason I'm telling you all this is so that you'll understand the situation I was in. I was going to go visit my parents for Christmas, so a few days before Christmas, I caught the bus. When I arrived in Kenosha, I had 4 hours to spare. The area in Kenosha that the train station was in didn't really have much to do, so I had to find a way to occupy myself for 4 hours. It was very, very cold, and it had been snowing since before I got on the bus in Racine. The train station itself was just a platform. There was no building to stay inside and get warm. I didn't have much money, but I had enough to eat at Wendy's. Unfortunately, I couldn't hang out in there too long after I had eaten, so I decided the best thing to do to burn up time was walk around and maybe browse in some of the stores for a few moments whenever I needed to warm up. And this plan was working pretty well. Whenever my ears started hurting from the cold, or I was too sick of trudging through the piles of snow, I would duck into one of the stores. There weren't many, as I had mentioned, and most of them were thrift or antique stores. At one point, the snow was falling really hard, and the wind was making the snow hit my face so hard that it hurt. So I quickly ducked into the first building I came to, and immediately I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone. Inside, it looked like a huge warehouse, but there were bed sheets hung up all over the place that acted as walls. They actually made rooms out of hanging bed sheets, and in the bed sheet rooms, people had set up tables where they were selling things. And they were weird things being sold by weird people. I thought that I should immediately leave, but I remembered how cold it was outside, and figured I had to waste a little bit of time first. So, I walked through some of the bedsheet rooms. It took me a while, but past the bedsheet rooms on the other end was a wide open space with a bar and tables. But it was strange. It was even weirder than the Cantina bar from Star Wars. There were maybe about 30 people sitting at the bar and at the table. I know this is going to sound insensitive, but they looked like a retired freak show act. And the bartender was a huge and fat guy covered in boils. There was a man sitting at the bar who looked around 7'6" tall, with braces all over his body. There was a bearded fat woman, I kid you not. At least 10 people with multiple prosthetic limbs sat at the tables. These were old prosthetics, hooks for hands, that sort of thing. A very creepy tune was playing on a really old jukebox. I actually began to feel a bit overwhelmed. I wasn't scared and had no reason to be, but I was really weirded out, though. The only way I could think to describe how I felt was that my senses were completely overwhelmed. I just decided I had to get out of there. So I tried to find my way back through the bedsheet rooms. But finding my way back wasn't as easy as it was getting there. I actually got lost. I kept going through rooms that I hadn't seen on the way in. I tried not to pay too much attention to the people or what they were selling. But there were several people who looked at me, and seemed annoyed that I had disturbed them, or something. I began to get a bit worried when I couldn't easily find my way out. My mind, which had been overwhelmed as I had mentioned, began to really wonder if I had stepped into the Twilight Zone. My body began to tingle, and I felt dizzy. If I had been familiar with panic attacks back then, I would have known that I was having one. Again, I didn't feel like I was in danger, but I couldn't find my way out of that building, and that was freaking me out. Then, the worst thing happened. I went through a bedsheet room that I hadn't seen yet. There was a small, gnarled and naked man sitting in the middle of the room. The floor was covered in blood, and as he was using his knife to cut himself, I didn't want to look, but I couldn't look away. He turned up and looked at me, and angrily jumped to his feet, brandishing the knife. I don't think he was going to try to hurt me, but still, it was pretty scary. I lost it. I turned the other way and just ran. I needed to get out of that place. I got all sorts of dirty looks and people yelling at me not to run through the rooms, but I didn't care. I just needed to get out of that weird place. And I did, finally. And I can't tell you how relieved I was to get out of there. I ran, and I didn't stop until I was back to the Wendy's. I mentioned earlier I didn't have much money, but I figured I could buy a drink every half hour in order to be in a warm and safe place. So, sorry if this story wasn't scary. It was scary to me, but most people I tell it to just find it to be odd. I'm also sure that some people don't believe me, but I've never dared go back and find this place again, because although I know the Twilight Zone doesn't exist, I really thought I had been in it that day. Number 1. Hitchhiker. I used to have a job that was several miles from my home. For the most part, I would ride my bike to work. It wasn't the best way of getting there because there were not a lot of sidewalks, but still, it sure beat walking. About 6 years ago, I was working the closing shift. The sky had looked rather foreboding all day. This was my first winter working at this job. I hadn't thought about how I would get home if there was a snowstorm. I definitely couldn't ride my bike home in the snow. So I kept hoping the oncoming snow would wait until I was home before hitting. Instead, it began snowing about 5 hours before my shift was over. I remember I had considered asking if I could go home early, but I didn't. All I did was watch the snow fall, and keep hoping it would either stop or it would not pile up. It didn't listen to me. About an hour before my shift was over, there was over a foot of snow on the ground. The plow trucks hadn't done much work either. I knew that there would be no way I could ride my bike home. Now, like I said, it was a few miles from my store to my apartment. I knew I would have to walk. It would take a lot longer than a regular walk, however, since I'd be trudging through the snow. I also had to leave my bike at the store. Once I was out and on my way, it was worse than I thought it would be. The wind was blowing the snow right in my face, stinging my face and making me constantly have to shut my eyes. I tried to console myself that I would be happy when I got home, making myself a cup of hot chocolate and some soup and turning the heat up. There weren't many cars that went by, but one actually pulled up close to me. The guy rolled down his window and asked me if I needed a ride. Although I wasn't technically hitchhiking, I was ecstatic. I of course accepted and jumped into the car, thanking the guy over and over. This enthusiasm didn't last long, though. The guy asked me where I was going, and I told him where my apartment buildings were. He started driving, and he seemed to be thinking about something. He then said the weirdest thing. "Well, that's a bit out of my way. How about you come and spend the night at my place?"
The question surprised me, and I wasn't about to do that. My place was only 3 miles further down the road. It was creepy, so I declined. He seemed perturbed. I insisted my apartment was only a couple miles away. I even offered to give him a few dollars for gas. He didn't give up, though. He started talking about his house and said that I would be able to get a really good rest there. He even said he had a full liquor cabinet, and that I could have whatever I wanted from it. I countered, saying that I didn't drink, and really couldn't sleep anywhere that was not my own bed. I asked him to please just go ahead and either take me to my apartment, or let me out so I could walk home. The guy got sort of angry. He started yelling, saying that he should just take me all the way back to my store and make me walk from there. He told me how dare I accuse him of having ulterior motives, which of course I didn't do, but I was thinking. I was freaked out, and I pressed myself up against the door of the car. That was when his anger definitely got the better of him. He slowed down, said he was taking me further away from my home, and that he would drop me off in the woods. He pulled into a parking lot of a store in order to turn around. He slowed down enough that I figured I could get out of the car, and I did. I quickly got out of the car and tried to run. I left his door open. I slipped on the ice, but I caught myself pretty quickly. The guy started yelling and tried to drive after me with his door still open. I ran up to the store and it was closed, but there were workers in there. I begged someone to let me in because I was scared of this guy. The workers let me in and the guy drove off. They offered to call the police for me, but I declined. And one of the workers was nice enough to give me a ride home, so I still got to have my soup and my hot chocolate. But boy, I'll never get in a stranger's car again. Number 2. Sleepover. When I was growing up, I had a really good friend named Carl. Carl and I met in kindergarten and we hit it off immediately. And pretty soon, we were doing everything together. When we were old enough to begin having sleepovers, we would spend every other weekend at the other's house. We'd stay up late watching movies and playing in television. Yeah, I said in television. This happened a long time ago. I'll never forget one night he spent over at my house when I was 12. This happened a few weeks after Christmas, and this was on a Friday night. On the way home from school, we could tell that it would be an interesting night. The sky had been completely overcast all day, and it wasn't just overcast. The clouds were dark. They seemed to be bearing down on the world. The wind was blowing fiercely. There was one hell of a storm on its way. So this night, Carl came over to my house to spend the night. We did all sorts of the typical stuff. We had sloppy joes for dinner. We watched some movies. My parents went to bed pretty early, which was quite typical for them. Carl and I always stayed up really late. It was only shortly before Carl arrived at my house that the storm finally hit. And it didn't start off slowly either. The snow was hitting the earth hard and fast. It stuck right away, and it began building up right away. It was cool too because the snowfall was so thick that it was hard to see through it. We were in my room on the second floor of the house, with my bed sitting next to the window. So while we were playing Swords and Serpents, we could look outside and watch the amazing storm happening out there. It had been a few hours since my parents had gone to bed. Carl was right next to the window, sitting on my bed. While I was playing, he suddenly said, "Hey, I think there's a creature outside." I didn't really believe him. We always tried to scare each other as best friends do. I just elbowed him. "No, man, I mean it. Look," he told me. I looked over him out the window. It was hard to see through the snow, but there was a shed in our backyard, and it had a light on its roof. I saw the shadow of something out by the light, and it was very obviously a dog. I told him that, and he laughed, saying that he knew it was a dog, but he was just trying to freak me out. Carl decided he wanted to go off into the backyard and check on the dog. I told him he was crazy, because the snow had piled up pretty high, and it wasn't showing any signs of stopping. He asked if he could go out and let the dog into the shed, seeing as how it was caught in this ugly storm. I figured that was all right. I told him he was on his own, though. I wasn't about to go out there. So Carl put down his controller. He went outside, and I heard him going down the stairs. I kept looking out the window, and then back to the television. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Carl outside, moving towards the shed. I don't think he knew how hard it was going to be. I watched him out of amusement. Yeah, he was my best friend, but who doesn't like seeing their best friend acting silly? Carl was little more than a shadow as he walked through the yard. I could see him a little more clearly when he made it to the shed. He began trying to pull the shed door open so he could let the dog in. I watched, laughing, because he hadn't realized that the snow was making it very difficult. While I was laughing at my best friend's struggles, I suddenly noticed another figure. It was a large man. He quickly moved into the light of the shed and grabbed Carl. He put his hand over Carl's mouth and lifted him off his feet. Quickly, he pulled Carl off and into the darkness. Shocked, I immediately ran to my parents' room and began banging on the door. My dad came to the door and I told him what happened. He told me to call the police, and he went to the closet and grabbed his gun. I called the cops as I watched my dad run off into and then out of the backyard. Waiting for either the police to get there or for my dad to come back was hell. I just kept worrying about both Carl and my dad. And then I heard one gunshot and felt my insides go cold. Right before the police finally arrived, my dad returned to the house. He was soaking wet from snow, and he had his gun. Fortunately, though, he had Carl as well. When the police arrived, my dad told them he was following the kidnapper, and the guy had been pretty fast. He fired a warning shot to let the guy know he was armed. That was when the guy cut his losses and dropped Carl. Fortunately, my best friend was okay for the most part. Neither he nor my dad ever got a good look at the guy, so he never got caught. And that was hard on Carl. But he did eventually get over it. We went back to trying to beat Swords and Serpents. Little did we know back then that there was a bug in the game and it was actually impossible to beat. That is the true scary story. Number 3. My Snowman. I used to build a snowman every year when I was a kid. It was always fun taking a small snowball and rolling it into much bigger ones. Hell, when I was done with most of my snowmen, they ended up being even bigger than I was. At age 13, I recall being excited one night when the first snow began to fall. This excitement only escalated when I heard that school was going to be canceled the following day. This meant that there would be a lot of snowfall expected, and that meant I'd be able to build a snowman the next day. I remember having a hot cocoa that night and watching the snow falling from the living room window, knowing that I would be having the time of my life the following morning. Yes, I was a dork. I got up pretty early in the morning, got dressed and ran out into the snow. I immediately sank down to my knees. I didn't care. I got to work. When I was done with the snowman, I put my scarf on it and admired it. I then went inside to get a snack. While I was eating, I noticed a guy I knew from school named Phil coming down my street. I felt a little alarmed because Phil was a bully from school. I watched him as he walked by. He noticed my snowman. It was right on the edge of the yard at the sidewalk. He took the scarf and hat off the snowman and started trying to reshape its head. I got up and ran outside. I told him to stop it. The guy rolled up a snowball and threw it at me. It was hard and hit me right in the eye. My mom saw what was happening, and she ran outside and told Phil to get away from our yard. He gave my mom the finger and called her an old bitch and invited her to make him get out of the yard. My mom said, "Fine, I'll just call your mother then." She did, and Phil's mom was pissed off. She promised my mom that she would take care of it, and Phil would be grounded for a very long time. Satisfied, I went out and repaired my snowman. I let myself forget all about Phil, because I figured I wasn't going to be seeing him for a while. I was wrong. The next day at school, he was tormenting me, blaming me for him getting chewed out by his mom. He tried to start a fight with me. He actually knocked me down and fell on top of me. The principal came and broke up the fight. Phil got suspended for a week. I figured on top of everything that had already happened, he would be in even more trouble with his mom. But that night, I went to bed feeling secure and happy knowing this jerk was in trouble. I woke up in the morning and immediately looked out my window at the snowman. I was terrified to see it had been vandalized overnight. Its head had been ripped off and was sitting on the ground. A large kitchen knife had been inserted into its head. The snowman was covered in what I assumed was fake blood, then written in the snow of the ground very carefully, "You're next, Tommy." Naturally, my mom saw it and got in contact with Phil's mom again. He had actually disappeared the previous night, and she had called the police when he never came home. I didn't see Phil ever again, so I have no idea what happened to him. I thought he must have run off, but not knowing where he was made my life worse, because I had no idea when he might decide to show up, or what he might do to me when he did. Number 1. The Dead Body. I used to work in a clothing store in a mall. Very often, I was the last person leaving the mall. I would close up the store, make sure it was very clean, and then I would lock up and leave. The mall was usually very busy. It was a Mills outlet mall, but I don't really want to mention where that was. The day this happened, however, we were having a bit of a violent winter storm. It wasn't so bad when I left for work. However, once I got there, the snow was falling in full force. I could barely even see where I was going as I got out of my car and tried to make it into the mall. I had to shield my eyes because the snowflakes were getting into my eyes and they actually hurt. I had no doubt that this day was not going to be very busy at the mall. I was right. The huge mall was totally dead. A lot of the stores actually made the decision to close early. I was the only one at the store, so the manager of the store called me and left it up to me whether or not I wanted to work or close the store down. I decided I really needed the hours, so customers or not, I kept the store open. A few hours before closing, though, the mall became a bit of a ghost town. So many stores were closed up, their gates pulled down and the lights off. Only a few of us remained open. I guess the pretzel store and the food court remained open because a guy who was working there came into my store. I didn't really get a good feeling from him right away. He didn't seem to really be interested in the clothes. He would shuffle through a few shirts and then keep looking at me. Eventually, he made his way over to the counter and tried to make some small talk with me. I didn't like talking to him. It felt uncomfortable and forced. After a while, he asked me a weird and very cliché question. "Hey, you ever see a dead body?" Strange. I told him no, as I had never even been to a funeral before. He nodded and said, "It's really cool. I mean, a dead body looks so different than the person looked when they were alive. It's like when someone dies, something leaves them. Something that made them who they are. You really should see one sometime." I don't think I have to explain why this made me uneasy.
It was very sick and weird, and he kept talking about it. The guy spent a good 30 minutes talking about it. He then left to go back to his restaurant. Before I could even sigh in relief, however, he came back. He continued along the same lines as before. I couldn't really believe it, and just wished at that point that I had agreed to close the store early. When closing came, the only thing I had to do was close the gate and put my drawer in the safe. I decided to hurry out the back door to prevent myself from running into that creepy guy. The snow was still coming down hard. It piled up, too. Fortunately, however, the mall parking lot had been plowed, likely several times. All I had to do was wipe the snow off my car, and then I could go home. As I was wiping down my car, I saw a figure walking towards me in the falling snow. I wasn't sure who it was because I had little visibility. I was just finishing the back window of the car. I walked over and opened up my car door. I felt the warm air of the heater because I had been letting the car warm up. I turned around and saw the figure standing there and looking at me. I still couldn't make up who it was, but just then, through the falling snow, I heard a familiar voice tell me, "I want to see a dead body. I wonder how different you'd look after you die." I didn't respond. I also didn't waste time. I got in my car, slammed the door, skipped the seatbelt, and took off. I did not look back. I didn't care. My car skidded on the snowy road several times, but I didn't care about that either. I just got the car back in place and took off because I wanted to get as far away from that creep as possible. The next day, I told my boss about what had happened. We talked to the manager of the pretzel place. He told us the guy quit that morning, so we wouldn't see him again. I haven't seen him again, but I often expect to, every time I'm in that parking lot. Number 2. The noise. I live in a third-story apartment by myself. I actually chose the apartment because it had a nice balcony with a sliding glass window that faced the other side of the building. This was cool because the sun never shined in my apartment. I liked it dark and cozy. I kept a grill out there because about once a year I would barbecue. The only bad thing about the balcony was that in winter it would pile up with snow. I lived in an apartment because I hated mowing grass and I hated shoveling snow, so I did not shovel the snow off the balcony. I just left it there until it melted. I kept the blinds on the sliding glass door closed throughout winter. The day this happened, I was coming home from work. We had a pretty bad snowfall over the past few days. It was snowing as I came home. I was pretty tired and just wanted to fall onto my couch and sleep forever. A few times as I was sitting on the couch, I heard some really odd scratching noise. I'm not even sure how to describe it. I guess it was more of a rubbing noise. I mean, if you take your thumb and you press it up against a window really hard and move your thumb across the window, you'd know what I mean. Not sure how else to explain it, but I heard it several times as I was watching television. It was annoying, but I did my best to just ignore it. I didn't figure it was anything important. I heard the noise over and over again throughout the night. After a while, I just decided I was going to go to bed and forget about it. I fell asleep pretty quickly. I woke up in the middle of the night because I had to pee really, really badly. So I got up and walked into the bathroom and did the routine. Afterwards, on the way to the bathroom, I heard that weird noise again. I walked into the living room. I saw something even weirder. There was a strange, orange glow
coming from the balcony. For the first time, I was really concerned. I grabbed a knife from my kitchen, just to be safe. I walked over to the sliding glass doors and grabbed the cord to open the blinds. I pulled them open and got the shock of my life. Sitting on my balcony, in the snow no less, were two extremely skinny and extremely pale men, completely naked. They had started a fire in my grill. One of the guys had his foot against the window and was rubbing it with his foot, making that noise. I realized they had to have been out there all night, because I'd been hearing the noise for hours. I wondered how they didn't have frostbite. Upon seeing me, the guys jumped up, revealing much more of their bodies than I ever wanted to see. One of the guys hissed at me, which was just weird. The two of them began pounding on the glass window. They wouldn't have the strength to break the window, being skin and bones as they were, but damn, it was freaky. I showed them my knife and grabbed my cell phone, telling them I was calling the police. After banging on my window a few more times, they gave up. The guys climbed over the side of the balcony and appeared to drop off. I was pretty high up. I was the third floor, but they may have landed in a snowbank or something. I don't know. The police weren't able to find anything. I also never saw the two men again. Damn, that was a weird and scary day. Number 3. Chicago. When I was 19, I moved out of my parents' house and went to live in the Lakeview area of Chicago. I found a roommate whose apartment was only 1 block north of Wrigley Field. I really wasn't a baseball fan at the time, but it was still pretty cool. The thing I liked best was there were a lot of people around. I always found that pretty cool too. Well, I moved there in the winter though, and if you've ever spent a winter in Chicago, you know how rough it can be. It snows a lot, and after it snows, it gets really, really cold. This happened one night when I had to go to the store to get some food. It was probably about 1 in the morning. I'm one of those backward sleepers because I prefer being up at night. Anyway, it was snowing pretty hard and I didn't have the greatest visibility. I cut through an alley. When I did, I saw what I assumed was a homeless guy stumbling through the alley. In Chicago, you see a lot of homeless people who ask you for money. I'm generally happy to give them some if I have it, but at this time I had none to spare. When I walked past the guy, he asked me for some money. I apologized, told him I didn't have any to give, and I kept walking in the snow. When I was about 50 feet away from him, I looked back. He had a bottle in his hand, and he was looking at me. Ironically, he yelled, "You deadbeat!" And he took the bottle and smashed it on the wall of a building. With the shattered bottle in his hand, the guy started walking fast in my direction. Terrified, I started running. When I did, I looked back, and this guy was running towards me, and he was running fast for a drunk guy. I didn't know what to do because it was a long alley, and he was catching up for me. "I'm gonna cut you up, you damn deadbeat," he yelled at me as we went along. I was scared because the man was obviously drunk and dangerous. That bottle he had could really mess me up. As I turned to run down another alley, I slipped on some ice and fell on my ass. It hurt, and I yelled out. The guy was going to catch me now, I had no doubt. Fortunately, however, I recognized the area I was in. I was in the alley behind a gay bar called Roscoe's. Now, I'm not gay, but I'm more than willing to go into a gay bar to escape a lunatic chasing me with a bottle. Forcing myself to get up, I ran over to the bar and tried to get in. The guy asked me for my ID, and I told him I was underage, but I also told him
A crazy homeless guy was chasing me with a bottle and asked him to call the cops. The homeless guy stopped, short of coming into the bar. But the guy taking the ID was huge. I mean, a bodybuilder type. I'm sure you've seen those really big, muscular gay guys before. And I guess he was also a bouncer. He went out and confronted the homeless guy. I swear, that guy chasing me was scared to death of this enormous bouncer, even though he was drunk. He kept his bottle, but he ran off when that Hulk confronted him. Well, of course, I was very appreciative of his help. He let me stay in the entryway of the bar while I waited for the police. I was too scared to go out by myself, so the cops took me home. I never saw that particular homeless guy again, but every time I walked by Roscoe's, I waved to the man who may have saved my life, and he always waves back. What a great guy. Number 1. The Cabin. My uncle and his wife lived in this old cabin out in the mountains. And by old, I just don't mean it has been there for a few decades. Everything about it was old. It had no electricity or heating, other than an old stove. It had no indoor plumbing. When I visited, I had to bring lots of soda and bottled water. It was really about as rustic as I could imagine it getting. But I enjoyed visiting there. These sort of places are nice to go to, as long as I was only going for a short visit. Usually, when I was visiting my grandma with my parents, my uncle would come down, and he would take me up to the cabin for a few nights. This particular visit, I was visiting during the very late fall. It was, in fact, the weekend after the Thanksgiving holiday. We drove up there on Friday, and I was to stay until Sunday morning. The Friday evening was nothing special. However, on Saturday, a friend of my uncle's came for his help. He and my aunt left early in the afternoon, but insisted that they would not be gone too long. Not too long after they left, though, the sky blackened quickly, and snow began to fall. It fell hard, and it fell heavy, quickly coating the ground. I was concerned whether or not my uncle would be able to make it back to the cabin. He drove a jeep, but the roads were thin, and now they would be thin and slippery. If he wasn't able to make it back, also, I would have no way to be in contact with him. There was no phone, or any other communication device in the cabin. The snow kept piling up, and afternoon came and went. When night fell, the snow was piled pretty high. I had never been in the cabin by myself late at night, so I was really very frightened. I was concerned I wasn't going to see my uncle return, and I didn't really want to spend the night in the cabin alone. When the snow was piled up pretty high, and it was very, very dark outside, I was convinced that my uncle was not going to be coming back anytime soon. As I mentioned, there was no phone, so he couldn't call me and let me know. I went out onto the porch to make sure that I had enough wood for the fire. It was then that I noticed a single headlight coming towards the cabin. I immediately knew that whomever it wasn't my uncle. It had to be someone on a snowmobile of some sort, and he had taken his truck. My uncle didn't always hang out with the best people, and in fact, knew a lot of drug dealers and such. I didn't want contact with someone I didn't know, So I gathered up my firewood, and I made my way back into the cabin. I locked the door and put my wood down by the stove. I didn't have any of the lanterns on, so other than the smoke from the stove, there was no indication I was there. The snowmobile pulled up, and I peeked out the window. I saw the outline of a pretty big man coming towards the house. I wondered why anyone would be out in the middle of such a violent snowstorm. The guy knocked hard on the door. I didn't answer or make any sound. I hoped he would know my uncle wasn't there, based on the fact that his truck wasn't there. But I guess the smoke from the chimney contradicted that. There was more pounding on the door. I just decided to remain quiet. Yeah, I know. I didn't really know there was a reason to be scared, but I really didn't want to interact with any of my uncle's quote-unquote friends. When there was no answer, the guy began banging on the door very hard. He began calling out my uncle's name loudly. When the pounding didn't get him an answer, he began trying to pull the door open violently. It wasn't a thick door. In fact, it was a very thin door, but for some reason, it held when it rattled. I thought the guy had eventually given up, because the door stopped rattling for a few moments. It was quiet for a moment, and I thought the guy moved away. But then, I heard a really loud banging noise, and the door rattled again. Then, once more, it was quiet. The light shining from the snowmobile was soon gone as the vehicle left. I grabbed one of the lanterns and turned it on. I startled when I saw the blade end of a huge hunting knife cut through the door. I quickly turned off the lantern in case the guy came back. I went and cowered in a cot by the stove, and eventually fell asleep. My uncle and his wife came back in the morning. He walked in the house with a knife in his hand and a sheet of paper. I assumed it was a note from the guy who was riding the snowmobile. It obviously had been pierced by the blade of the knife. My uncle didn't tell me what was written on the paper, and after I told him about the visit, he took me down off the mountain. He never, ever told me about what was going on that night. Number 2. Storm. The most frightening thing to ever happen to me just happened to happen during the worst snowstorm I have ever experienced. I live in an apartment building. It was a bit in a middle income sort of place. It wasn't too fancy, but it wasn't bad either. I lived alone, too. The storm itself had started the previous night. The snow fell steadily throughout the night. When I woke in the morning, it was still dark out because the sky was still overcast. The snow had piled up, and it didn't seem to be stopping. I got a phone call from my place of work telling me not to come in. They had closed because of the storm. I spent the day watching the snow and being a bit stir-crazy. It was too dangerous to risk driving somewhere in that kind of weather, and I wasn't the type to sit around and watch TV or even read all day. I liked being out in the world, but I would have been stupid to attempt to drive in that weather. The day was spent mostly watching TV and trying to get some exercise using my exercise equipment, which was a poor substitute for what they had at the gym. And when I went to bed that night, the snow had still not stopped falling. I had never witnessed anything like this. So I went to bed. I didn't sleep that great, really. It was just as hard to sleep as it had been to relax during the day. I got up sometime during the night to go to the bathroom. I was used to walking around my apartment in the dark. I went into the bathroom and peed, and then flushed the toilet. Before I groggily went back to bed, I decided that I should go and check and see if the snow was still falling. I pushed aside the curtain, and the building light hurt my eyes for a moment. When they adjusted, I looked out the window. I saw that it was still a steady fall of snow. I guessed I would be off the following day from work as well. As I let go of the curtain, I turned around. For a split second, I thought I saw some sort of mud or something on my carpet. Guessing that it was an optical illusion, but also knowing I wouldn't be able to go back to sleep until I checked it out, I went over and turned on the light. I was shocked immediately to see that there were prints on my carpet. I held my breath, and I saw that the prints came from my door and went down the hallway and into my bedroom. I knew they couldn't be my own because I had not gone outside at all during the day. Knowing inside I should just leave, but needing to know what was going on, I slowly made my way over to the bedroom. I turned the hallway light on, which illuminated part of my room. Then I looked into my room. There, lying under my bed, and now looking right at me, was a man. Under my bed. That means he'd been under my bed while I was sleeping. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my cell phone and ran out of the apartment. It was the middle of the night, and I didn't want to knock on anyone's doors. However, there was a laundry room on my floor, and the door was open. I ran into it, then closed and bolted the door behind me. From there, I called the police, and I didn't leave that laundry room until they arrived. Although the guy had left my apartment, they found him hiding on another floor of the building. He was arrested and charged with trespassing. He had 2 knives on him. It turns out they had tied him to several other break-ins in the neighborhood. I can tell you, though, I listen to your channel all the time. Every time you tell us to check under our bed for a killer orange cat, you can be sure I'm checking under my bed, but for something else. Number 3. Visitor. This is one of those stories that might not really seem too scary. It's very weird, and I thought it was very creepy too. Whenever I tell people what happened, they sometimes laugh, and other times they shudder at the pure weirdness of it. I guess it is important to know that when this happened, we didn't have any snow on the ground. It hadn't snowed in nearly a week. The previous snow had all melted. This occurred in the evening. I had a friend over for dinner. I had the meal all prepared, and I had the table all set. My friend was sitting at the table. My doorbell rang. I was caught off guard, because I really didn't know anyone in the building. The only reason I could figure someone would ring my doorbell was if they were complaining about noise, or selling something. And I really didn't make much noise. I told my friend he could begin eating, and I would go check the door. I got up, walked down the hallway to the apartment door. Opening it, I saw the strangest sight I had ever seen in my life. There was a little boy standing at the door. He was wearing a thick winter coat, and it was covered in snow, as if he had just come inside from the snow. Only there wasn't any snow for him to come inside from. I must have done a double take or something. I wasn't sure what to make of this strange sight. Not only that, but the boy didn't really say anything. He just stood there, looking at his feet. The snow was melting and dripping from his coat onto the carpeted floor. I asked the child if I could help him. He didn't look up, but he did slightly shake his head no. Then he just stood there again. I asked him if I knew him. Again, he didn't look up. He just shook his head for a brief moment. I was at a loss as to what to do next. Finally, the little boy said something. Something I'll never forget. In a small voice he said, "Sometimes people die in the cold." He then went back to doing nothing except for looking at the floor. I was concerned for this child and decided I would go and get my friend. I retrieved him. When we got back to the door, the boy was gone. There was a wet spot on the floor, though. We looked for him throughout the building, but couldn't find him anywhere. I reported this incident to the apartment manager, just in case someone was looking for the boy, but the situation was too weird. I mean, I had no idea why he was covered with snow, when there was no snow on the ground. I had no idea where he went when he was done talking to me. And most of all, I have no idea why he said what he said. Now, this may not seem too scary to you, but it sure as hell scared me.
Number 1. My brother. My brother Jack was a pretty interesting guy growing up. He was a couple years older than I was. He and I didn't have the relationship that I noticed a lot of other guys had with their brothers. In fact, I really hardly knew my brother. When we were teenagers, we hardly ever even saw each other. He had fallen in with a pretty bad group of friends that my parents probably wouldn't have approved of. I say probably just because my parents rarely paid attention to anything past their own noses. Had they may have been able to prevent what happened. This happened during winter break at school. My parents had gone to my grandmother's house for Christmas. They were going to be there for a week. Neither Jack nor I had any interest in going, and my parents were not the kind of people who would press on something like that. We had money for food and rented the house for over a week. I was happy, spending time at home by myself. Jack did spend a little bit of time at home, but it really wasn't much. He went out the second day after my parents had left, and I didn't see him for several days. Again, this wasn't something that I was too overly concerned about. It was normal for Jack to just go and be gone for a while. I never really got concerned about it. But I did begin to get a little worried the night that we had a snowstorm. Jack's car was a rear-wheel drive car, and he wasn't really the best driver. So, as the snow began to fall lightly, and then very, very heavily, I began to start to hope that he was okay. And by the time it got dark out that day, the snow was falling, and it was beginning to accumulate. Before I knew it, a good foot of snow had fallen, and there was no sign of it stopping. I tried calling Jack, but as usual, his cell phone was off. He likely had let the charge run down, and it probably wasn't on for days. That wasn't abnormal. At about 11 at night, I decided to go and check on the snowfall. It was getting really, really high. But that wasn't what concerned me. What bothered me was I saw an old 1980s blue Ford Mustang LX sitting on the street in front of the house. And I knew that car, because It was my brother Jack's car. I squinted, trying to get a good look at the car. I thought maybe Jack was sitting in it, talking to a friend of his or something. Maybe he was waiting for me to turn the lights out so he could sneak someone into the house. But that didn't make sense, because Jack would never try and be that secretive. There was a little bit of snow on the car, so it had to have been sitting out there for a while. I went back and tried Jack's phone again. It was still off. I then went around the house and locked and bolted all of the doors. It seemed paranoid, all right, but for some reason I was very unsettled. Jack never parked out on the street. I began wondering if something had happened to him, and if someone had taken his car. And if they had his car, then they had his keys, and they could get into the house if the door was not bolted. I was so worried at that point that I walked around to all the windows and made sure they were locked too. Finally, after I was sure the house was secured, I went back to the front door and looked out. The car was still there. I turned on the lights to the front porch. I then had an idea, and I started flashing the front porch lights on and off again. I thought this was a good way to indicate to whomever was in the car, even if it was Jack, that not only was I awake, but I was aware they were there. I guess I was more scared than relieved when the car turned on and it drove away slowly through the falling snow. The whole thing was weird, but I still didn't know what to believe. The following day, I got a call from the police. They found my brother's car flipped over in a ditch. 2 people were in the front seats of the car, and they were dead. Neither were my brother. The car had crashed in the storm shortly after I had seen it leave. We had no idea what had happened to my brother for nearly another 2 days. That was when he was found, half alive and beaten in a ditch. It took Jack nearly 2 months to recover and to tell us what had happened to him that night. He was on his way home when he picked up 2 hitchhikers in the snow. Once in the car, they mentioned being from out of town, and they had no place to go. Jack made the mistake of mentioning his parents were both out of town, and he actually offered them a place to sleep. They both pulled knives on him and threatened to cut his limbs off if he didn't pull the car over. They did, pulled him out, beat him, and stabbed him several times. They left him in a ditch to die. They must have used the registration in the glove box to find out where he lived. I guess he hadn't mentioned to me, but all I can suppose is that they were waiting for me to go to bed. Fortunately, my paranoia probably saved my life. A lot of that is speculation since we could never question them. I'm just happy that it wasn't Jack and me that died that night in the snowstorm. Number 2, the basement. I had a really bad relationship with my stepfather growing up. Short story, he was an ass. And my mom put up with it too. When I was 18, he was insistent that I move out of the house. Hell, I even had a semester left of high school and he didn't even care. The only thing that concerned him was that I was 18, and he felt that was enough to get rid of me. So I was gonna move out. It didn't work. My mom finally stood up to him and told him that they had to let me remain in the house until I graduated. The jerk finally relented, but he didn't want me sleeping in the house anymore. We had an unfinished basement, and he told me I had to move my bed and my belongings down there. It was awful for many reasons. First, it really wasn't a place anyone should live in. It had a concrete floor, some cinder block walls and was right next to the crawl space. There was no heat and only one light bulb. The basement wasn't connected to the house by any door or anything. The door to the basement was in the back of the house, and it really wasn't very solid. But that was the only thing my mom could convince him to relent on. The worst thing about it all was that my birthday was in January. It was cold outside, and we had some very hard winters. So it snowed often and deep, and it was just awful. I was fortunate that when school started back up again, and my parents were going to be going out of town, my mom gave me a key to the house. If my stepdad would have had his way, I wouldn't have had access to the kitchen or the bathroom. He was worried I would be spending too much time in the house, watching TV or something. Hell, writing this angers up my blood so much. One day, when I was walking home from school, I knew that a storm was coming. I wanted to stay in the house, but realized that probably wasn't the best idea. So I did everything I had to do in the house, got downstairs, and tried to bundle myself in and read a book while it stormed outside. I'm not sure how late at night it was when I heard a really odd noise. It sounded like the floor above me was creaking. At first, I was able to dismiss it and assume it was only the house settling. But immediately afterward, I heard it again, and then again. And it was quite obvious that someone was walking around in the house. I immediately wondered if my parents had come home early, but I doubted that they would do that without telling me. There was someone in my house, and by the sounds increasing, it seemed like it was more than one. I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't want to go up and confront whomever it was. Hell, that could get me killed. I quickly got up and made sure the basement door was locked. Then I turned off my light. I lay there in bed, wondering what would happen. I huddled under a blanket, and I watched the window. After a while, I saw a pair of legs walk by my window. Someone was walking towards the basement door. I then heard someone grab the door and try to open it. However, the lock held. He shook the door, and then I heard him doing something with the doorknob. I was terrified and did the only thing I could think of to do. I jumped up and climbed into the crawl space. I hid behind a column of cinder blocks, and I lay there. It didn't take long for the person to pick the lock and get in. He turned on the lights, and fear gripped me when I saw he was carrying a baseball bat in his hand. He looked over, knocked a few things over. He did look into the crawl space a few times, but he didn't notice me. After what seemed like forever, he finally left. I didn't care. I remained in the crawl space until I heard no more footsteps in the house. Even after that, it took me a long time before I went into the house. The house was ransacked. So much was missing. I called the police and then my parents. My stepdad, being the asshole that he was, tried blaming me for the incident. He actually punched me in the face when I told him I had nothing to do with it and that he was a jackass. This was really the last straw with my mother. She finally kicked him out and moved me back into my old room. The robbers were never caught, and they scared me. But I guess, in a way, I'm thankful that they robbed us because my stepdad was finally out of our life. Number 3. Windstorm. It's warm outside. It shouldn't be warm in December. With most of the winters that I have been through in life, it's so weird knowing it's warm in December. Right now, There is a very strong wind. It's gotta be about 20 miles an hour. I keep wondering if maybe a really nasty storm is on its way, and that reminded me of what happened to me during a really nasty storm years ago. It's really hard to explain what this was like, since you weren't there. The atmosphere is something I'll have to convey, but I know it will be done rather poorly. I live in a house with 2 roommates. Both of them tend to go to bed really early, and I am more of a night owl. The winter that this story takes place, they were already in bed. I was sitting down and watching television and talking on my computer. It was dark, and that was the way I liked it. The wind was howling outside, like I hadn't heard it howl in who knows how long. I was working on my laptop when the lights shut off. The power was out. As usual, when the power goes out, I went over to the door and opened it, going out on the porch. I wanted to know if it was a breaker problem. It wasn't. The entire block, the entire neighborhood was dark. And I mean dark. I had never really seen anything like it, and not sure I ever knew what dark was until that moment. The wind was howling, and everything outside just looked dead and foreboding. I was a bit hypnotized by how interesting it all was. I'm not sure how long I stood out on the porch, taking in the strange, ambient neighborhood. However long it was long enough for me to feel something wet touch me in the face. It was snow. Although it was hard to see, I could feel it. And as it began falling harder, I was able to see it in front of me. I knew that this was going to be bad. And after watching the snow and wind for a bit, I decided that I should go in and see how much power I had left on my laptop. It might have been a good idea to see how my roommates were doing. My laptop was fine, and I heard nearly rhythmic snoring coming from the 2 bedrooms. Not knowing how long the power would be off, I decided to preserve my laptop battery, and I turned it off. I felt lured back outside, knowing that, as a storm lover, this sort of thing didn't happen often. I needed to go back outside and do my best to enjoy it. It was chilly, of course, so I grabbed my blanket, wrapped it around myself, and took myself out on the porch to watch the storm. I'm not sure how long I'd been sitting there that I noticed something. Across the street and 2 houses down, in a house in which I did not know the residents, I saw a quick and really strange flash of light. It was in one of the rooms. It was so quick and over so soon, but it caught my attention for that very reason. From that point on, I was unable to keep my eyes off of the house. I thought it had to be something harmless at first, like perhaps they had a lantern that they tried lighting but it failed. I wasn't sure. But still, I wrapped the blanket more tightly around me as the snow began falling harder and harder. After about another 20 minutes, I saw someone coming out of the house. Again, it was so dark out that I was sure that he didn't know I was watching him, and I could barely see him myself. But he appeared to be carrying something, like a bag. He got into his car, and then he drove off slowly. I didn't know what to think about that, and actually didn't think anything about it at all. I mean, I started making up stories in my mind that something must have been going on, but I wrote it all up to my imagination. Not long after the guy drove away, I went inside and went to bed. I'm not sure when I woke up, and I don't know what woke me up. It was dark. The electricity was still off. Looking at my window, I could tell it was still snowing outside. I decided to get up and walk to the bathroom. I walked into the hallway and immediately froze when I saw a large man standing at the end of the hallway. He was only a shadow but I could tell he was looking right at me. I didn't know what to do and really didn't have a chance to figure it out. Something hit me hard and felt like I had been hit by a car. And then I was lying on the ground. I watched as the guy walked over to me, and he knocked me hard upside the head, knocking me out. When I came to later, I was in the hospital because my roommates had called 911. My house was robbed, but at that moment I didn't care. I just felt awful. I had gotten a severe electric shock, not a taser mind you, that made me fall over, and I got a concussion from the blow to the head. Several houses on the street were robbed in a similar way that night. I guess it was the perfect time to do it, during a major power outage and a snowstorm. Number 1. Warmth. I live and work in the city. In fact, I live and work in the same building. I own a very small bookstore with a small apartment overhead. I don't make a whole lot of money with it, especially since I can't sell like the big bookstores do or Amazon does. However, fortunately, I don't really need to, since I own the actual building. I make enough to get by, and I am very happy with what I have. The only bad thing that ever happened at my store happened about 20 years ago. We were having an extremely tough winter. It was the kind of cold outside that the moment you go outside, you feel your nose hairs freeze. To top it off, the snow was falling over and over in record inches. I was running the heaters pretty heavily, and it was cozy in my apartment and bookstore. Hell, nothing makes me as happy to this day as wrapping myself up in a big and warm blanket, having a nice hot cup of tea, and reading a book in a dim room. The night that this story happened, we were getting a blizzard. I rarely closed the store up early, but I didn't have much of a choice this time. It was already 4 in the evening, and I hadn't had a customer since noon. The snow had already begun falling on the very snowy ground, and it looked like no one was going to be coming. So I went, and I turned the open sign around to closed, and then locked up the store. I spent a few moments looking out the front door at the snow before turning around and beginning to clean the store up. It was getting dark outside when I heard a knock on the front door. I called out that we were closed, but I just heard the knock again. I figured that if someone was really that adamant about getting a book, the least I could do was let them in to get it. I walked up to the door and saw a homeless man standing by the door. Rather than open the door up, I asked the man if I could help him. He only responded by saying, "Warmth." I don't want anyone to think that I am cold here. I live in a huge city, and there are thousands of homeless people in our city. I couldn't let one in my store and my home. I told him that there was a shelter not far away, and it was smart of him to make his way there before it got too late. He moved away from the door, and then I went back to doing my work. Once I was done with cleaning up the store, the sun had completely set. It was dark outside. I went up to my apartment and began setting things up for my reading. It was then that I heard a knock again. I intended to ignore it, as I often would, and eventually the person would go away. But the person kept knocking. So I went downstairs and saw that the very same homeless guy was standing outside my door. I told him I couldn't do anything to help him, and he just said again, "Warmth." I felt awful. I really did, but I couldn't do much for him. I decided to go and grab a blanket for the man. When I did and came back, he was gone. But since he had already been by my place twice, I went ahead, opened the door, and put the blanket outside by the door. I also had a few hand warmers, you know, those gel packs that had the little piece of metal in them, and when you bent the metal, the pack would warm up. I put 2 of those out with the blanket. I then went back to reading my book. A couple hours passed. I sat by the window reading my book. Occasionally, I would look out the window at the street lamp outside and see how thick and fast the snow was falling. It was nasty. Eventually, I heard a knock on the door yet again. I wasn't able to check out the window, but I knew it was the homeless guy again. This time, I just decided I was gonna let him knock until he was tired. I did everything for him that I could have done. He did stop knocking at some point. I also dozed off in my chair. I was woken up hours later by sirens. I assumed they were going by, but they didn't. There were flashing lights outside of my apartment window. Looking out, I saw the fire engine and an ambulance out right in front of my store, and there was something burning out there. I ran down to my shop and meant to run out the door. I stopped, however, when I realized that the fire was right at my door. My immediate thought was that the homeless man, eager for warmth, had set my store on fire. He hadn't. In fact, in order to keep warm, or for whatever reason, he had set himself on fire. He was dead before the fire department got anywhere near him. Number 2. A walk. I can remember the worst day of my life pretty easily. I was 17 years old, and although I was still in school, I really wanted to get a job. I had found out that my parents were going to be making a lot less money, and it would be a struggle for them to send me to college. They were adamant that I would be going to college on time, however, which meant they were planning on making sacrifices for me. I decided to try and make things easier on them by getting a part-time job during the winter and keeping it until I went off to college. That would be a full 9 months of pay that I would be able to keep them from having to pay. I wanted this to be a surprise, so I went job hunting on my own. I didn't have a car, so I would have to hoof it. I waited in the morning for them to go to work, and then I set out down the road. It was a couple miles to the shopping area, which I had walked a few times before. However, with heavy snowfall on the ground that was, in turn, frozen solid, it was much more difficult to get where I was going. By the time I made it there, I was really tired. I still put in applications and was rather upset that I didn't get any immediate interviews. And by the time I was done and prepared to walk back home, It had begun snowing again. To top it off, it was dark outside as well. Unfortunately, my time management skills are no better now than they were then. On the way home from the shopping area, I decided to take some back roads. My other mistake. Those roads weren't very well lighted, and I wasn't really familiar with them. It's just that I recognized the name of one of the roads and automatically assumed that I would be able to find my way. The road I was on, though, was like a rural road. There were no houses on it, and there were no sidewalks. When there were no cars driving by, I could walk on the road. But whenever I saw one coming, I had to step off onto the frozen snow to avoid getting hit. This worked well until, while I was walking, a big SUV came speeding down the road. It happened really fast, and I had to quickly jump to the side. The snow I jumped on was not as solidly frozen as it was in other areas, and then I sank into the snow. Snow then got into my boots, and I already felt it beginning to melt, making my frozen feet wet as well. Angrily, I began yelling expletives at the SUV very loudly, and it stopped. It was about 50 meters in front of me, and it stopped on the road. It didn't back up. No one got out at first. It just stopped, and it remained stopped. I wasn't sure what to do. I immediately wished that I had kept my big mouth shut, but it was too late to take it back. It was also too late for me to turn around and walk the other way. I had to be over halfway down the road, but I also didn't want to walk past the SUV with an angry and possibly violent person in it waiting for me. Although I felt like an idiot doing it, all I could do was stand there like an idiot. I don't really know how long I did stand there. I kept waiting for another car to drive by, but of course, now that I wanted one, it wasn't going to happen. And the car just sat there, obviously in park. All I could figure is that whoever it was must have been waiting for me to walk by. I had the balls to yell at them, which anyone in my place would have likely done, but obviously not to walk by them. I finally called out that I was sorry. Hopefully, apologizing would get the car to move on, but it didn't. Instead, I watched as the door opened to the car. A man got out, and he walked to the back of his car. Standing in the light, I saw how large he was, but even scarier than how large he was carrying his tire iron in his hand. And although he wasn't coming very fast, he was walking towards me. It was then that I made the biggest mistake of my life. I tried running off in the opposite direction. I slipped on the ice, fell, and hit my chin on the ground. I finally knew what people meant when they claimed they were seeing stars. I saw them all over. I turned to see if the man was any closer, and yelped when he was right above me. He stood there, holding the tire iron above me, and I pleaded with him not to hurt me. I saw him shaking his head. Then he kicked me right in the balls, followed by hitting me right in the head with the tire iron. Right then, I knew I was about to die. When I came to, someone was helping me to my feet. It wasn't the same guy. It was a teenager like me.
He was talking to me, but I couldn't understand the words. All I knew is that he seemed like he was trying to help me. He put me in the back seat of his car and drove me to the hospital. Apparently, he had been driving down the road and saw the guy in the SUV dragging me along. He got out of his car and took a rifle out of the back and shot a warning shot at the man who attacked me. The man dropped me on the ground and took off. The SUV had been too far ahead for my rescuer to get the plate number, but both of us were able to get a description, and the man was eventually arrested, convicted of aggravated assault, and sentenced to 5 years in prison. I had a concussion and bit deeply into my tongue, almost severing it. But I recovered, thank God, and still got to college on time. Number 3, the following. I had a really hard day. I live alone and work from home. But even working from home doesn't keep me from getting really stressed out. In fact, I think that it might get me more stressed out because I can't go home from work. Even when I am done doing what stressed me out, I'm still in my workplace. The snow had been falling for a few hours already, and I didn't have a car, but I really wanted a drink. I didn't have a drop in the house. After going back and forth in my head over and over again, I decided to get bundled and headed out in the snow. The liquor store wasn't really a long walk away, but I knew it would seem longer because of the significant snowfall on the ground. I trudged out through the snow. It wasn't difficult. Like I expected, the snowfall shut the town down, and there weren't many people or cars out. It was dark. Whenever I passed a street light, I could see the snowfall more distinctly through the light shining through it. It was falling hard, and there was every indication that it was only beginning. Fortunately, I would have some brandy to get me through it all. I made it to the liquor store, covered in snow. There was a guy in there, and he appeared to be having an argument with the liquor store owner. I tried my best to ignore it, and went to the brandy aisle. I did, however, hear bits and pieces of what was going on, as I tried to pick out exactly what I wanted. And by the time the guy left, I found out that he knew the owner of the store, and was trying to get him to give him some alcohol on credit, and that the owner, of course, was not willing to do this. I still waited for the guy, who looked like he hadn't bathed or washed his clothes in a month, to leave, before I made my way to the counter. I paid for my brandy, and then I went home. Outside the store, the man was standing by the street lamp. When he saw me come out of the store, he came up to me. I groaned, assuming correctly that he was going to begin asking me for money. I told him I only had credit cards, which was my polite way of letting him know I wasn't going to give him any money. He then asked me if I could buy him something. I told him I really couldn't, and that I'd been trying to be polite, but that I just couldn't afford it. And yeah, I could afford it, but that was beside the point. I wasn't going out to buy some strange wino alcohol. I was able to get away from the guy finally and began walking home. However, as I got up to the intersection to turn and walk down the other street, I caught sight of him. He was walking up on the sidewalk that I had been on in my direction. He was a bit behind me, though. I turned, and trudged my way on in the snow. I looked back a few times, and eventually I saw him turn, so he was following me. I was still on a main street, not yet in my neighborhood. It sucked that it was snowing so hard, and that there was so much snow on the ground too. I had to trudge through it all. My shoes were completely soaked by this point. I made it to the entrance to my neighborhood and turned in there. When I did, I made it only so far until I forced myself to turn and look back. I saw someone walking a ways behind me on the street. I assumed that it had to be the same guy. Things filled my mind like he was going to try and mug me, steal my credit cards, and get something to drink, or even just steal the brandy I was carrying home. I wasn't worried about it too much, though. He was having just as much difficulty walking through the snow as I was, and I had a huge lead on him. When I made it back to my house, I quickly went inside and locked the door. I turned on my porch light, thinking this would keep him away. I kept a lookout on my front door and didn't see him. After a while, I decided that he must not have been following me after all. I went into my bedroom, which was in the back of the house, and turned on the light. I was getting ready for a much-needed shower before enjoying my brandy. I set up things in my bathroom and walked back into my bedroom. I turned off my bedroom light and immediately fell over backward when I saw the man looking in through my back window. Scared, I ran into the kitchen and grabbed a knife. And then I ran back into my bedroom and he was gone. But I couldn't take a shower then. I was worried he would break in. I had to keep watch on all sides of my house for quite a while before I was finally comfortable again. When I was convinced he had given up, I took my shower, had my brandy, enjoyed some television, and went to bed. In the morning, I had all but forgotten about my nightmarish evening. I knew I'd have to shovel some snow, so I got bundled up. When I went on my front porch, I found my shovel broken, my snow boots gone, and scrawled on the front door, "I knew you'd have some money. I'll see you at the liquor store." Number 1. Snowman. The kids in my neighborhood were really well known for making snowmen, and they wouldn't just put them up in their own yard either. They would build snowmen throughout winter and put them up in yards all over the neighborhood. It wasn't an unusual sight to wake up one morning and see a snowman in your yard where no snowman had been before. One year, which I will never, ever forget, there was a purpose to the snowmen being put up that was other than just entertainment. A young boy in the town, a first grader if I remember correctly, had never come home from school. Our neighborhood was very close to the elementary school, and parents at the time seldom walked their kids to school and back. This happened quite a long time ago, mind you. Most of the kids in the neighborhood walked to school around the same time, so it wasn't like the kids were alone. It seemed less likely that something would have happened to the kids when this happened. But that boy didn't come home. Groups were organized to do a search for the boy. The police questioned everyone, but he was not found. The children in the neighborhood built more snowmen that year than they had ever built before, and around the neck of each snowman they put a sign with a picture of the little boy who had gone missing.
Nearly every single yard in the neighborhood had a snowman built in their yard. Pictures of that little boy littered the entire area, and although it warmed the hearts of the people who lived there, it was all for naught, because they didn't help us find that boy. I won't mention where I lived, because I don't want to draw undue attention to the area. As I mentioned, this happened long ago, but the winters were long. A lot longer than they are now, or so it seemed. And those snowmen lasted a long time. And in the months that those snowmen lasted, they did little to help find that little boy. In the spring, of course, the snowmen began melting. They had been up for quite a long time, so they were icy. They took time to melt. After about a week of constant warm days and constant warm sunshine, they were mostly gone. And that was when I made the worst discovery of my life. You see, I was a student at the elementary school when that little boy was also. And I was walking to school one day, noticing how the snowmen were now snow half-men. And it was then that I saw something I wish I could unsee, even decades later. One of the snowmen, only one, caught my eye as I was walking to school. There was something weird and off about the shape of it as it was melting. It was only then, upon closer inspection, that I began screaming and calling other students closer to me. You see, there was the body of a boy inside that snowman, and the snowman was built on the yard of the parents of that boy. Whatever insane person murdered that poor boy made sure he was only meters from his parents all winter long, but completely unable to be found.
Number 2. Working. I don't really celebrate Christmas much. It's probably more because I don't have anyone to celebrate it with, rather than having anything in particular against the holiday itself. I live by myself, and because of this, I generally always volunteer to work during Christmas at the convenience store that I am employed at. I actually enjoy working there because there's never too much business on that day. Now that bigger stores are open more often on holidays, we don't really get the sort of business we once did. I was working Christmas night a few years back. It was dark and very cold outside, and I was watching some television on a little set. I had not seen a customer in a really long time. I heard the bell on the door jingle and looked up to see the weirdest sight I had ever seen. A guy dressed as Santa Claus came into the door, but he was the weirdest looking one I had ever seen. The white parts of his costume had been splattered red and made me immediately think that they had been covered in blood. I thought it was just some sort of sick prank, and really tried my best not to think about it. The Santa gathered up a lot of items and brought them to the counter. He looked quite sinister, but I did my best not to stare at him. I wondered why he was purchasing so much, but didn't say anything. It wasn't my business. He paid me by giving me a big wad of cash and then left the store. I thought it was weird, but I went back to watching my show. About half an hour later, I heard the bell jingle again. I was surprised we were getting another customer so quickly. I looked up and was shocked to see a man crawling into the convenience store. He was covered in stab wounds and blood. I quickly ran around the counter to help him. asking him what happened to him. And what he told me shocked me. He said he was jumped and stabbed multiple times by a man dressed as Santa. The man took all of his money and left him in a ditch. I called 911 and got the man an ambulance and reported the incident to the police. They were never able to catch the guy because they had no real idea of what he looked like.
Number 3. Reverse Santa. Christmas isn't supposed to be a time to be scared. Also, a person's strongest memory of their childhood Christmases shouldn't be one of terror. Unfortunately, mine was quite frightening. I never believed in Santa Claus at all. I don't know why. My little brother Phil was the complete opposite though. He seemed to believe in Santa Claus so strongly that the slightest implication that he didn't exist would be taken personal. He would actually do his best to hide and catch Santa when he was leaving presents, so he would have the proof needed to put me in my place. Fortunately for my parents, he always fell asleep from waiting too long. They'd put him back to bed and then put the presents out. He always got angry at himself in the morning for not being able to remain awake. Fortunately, those thoughts would all soon leave his mind as he became entranced with the opening of presents. When Phil was 9, I began to think that he had outgrown his need to try and prove that Santa Claus existed. He was in bed even before I was. I let my parents know he was fast asleep so they wouldn't have to outwait him. They went ahead and put the presents out early so they could go to bed. They knew I didn't believe in Santa Claus and wouldn't be going and examining the presents. They went to bed then, and I went to bed too. I woke up feeling someone shaking me. I opened my eyes and noticed that it was dark. I saw Phil was the one shaking me awake. I told him that we weren't allowed to go out and open presents until it was morning. I tried to push him away until he said something to me that was confusing enough that I had to put aside sleep for explanation. "Is there a reverse Santa Claus?" Phil asked me. "What are you talking about?" I asked him. "I went to bed early so I could be up later because I wanted to catch Santa Claus," he explained. "There's someone there, but he's taking things, not leaving them." I sat straight up in bed, realizing instantly that either my brother must have had a bad dream or that someone indeed had broken into our house. I began getting out of bed, and he began telling me that he would show me. I made him be quiet and to stay in the room while I checked it out. Yeah, I probably should have gone right to my parents, but I really was like 80% sure that there was nothing to get excited about. I crept out into the hallway and made my way close to the living room. I didn't see anything at first, and I just believed that my brother was imagining things. But then, I heard a noise coming off from the far side of the living room. There was a sliding glass door out there. I snuck around the corner just in time to see a man closing the glass door behind him. As he latched it, fate had him look up until he was looking at me directly eye to eye. I got a very good look at his face, and he knew it. I saw the man start to open the door again. As I turned and ran down the hallway at full speed, I began pounding on my dad's door as loudly as I could. My dad got up and I let him know that someone had broken into the house and was coming back in. By this point, Phil had heard the commotion and was in the hallway. My dad shooed both of us into the room and then went to look around the house. After a long time, we heard a knocking on the door. Our hearts jumped, but it was just our dad. No one was in the house, although things were missing. My mom had already called the police. The reverse Santa Claus, as my brother called him, was arrested that night. He had taken things from ours and a few other houses. A fillet knife was found in a holster inside his jacket. and that made me wonder what he may have done if he had caught me.
Number 4. Ride home. This happened 5 years ago. I had just started working for an actuary firm. I was in their call center though, so I don't mean to make it seem like I had a really good job or anything. But still, I wanted to prove myself, so I volunteered to work overtime. After work, I would stay behind and make sure that I was completely caught up on my project work as well. I volunteered to work on Christmas Eve, trying to get in good with my boss. About 2 hours before the day was over, I looked out the window and noticed the snow beginning to fall. I kept watching it as the last 2 hours passed by, and I noticed it wasn't slowing down, and it began piling up pretty quickly. To make matters even worse, since there were only a few of us working on Christmas Eve, there was a large call queue by the time we closed, and we couldn't leave until all the calls in it were taken care of. It was about an hour and a half after closing that I finally got out and was able to begin heading home. It took me a while to get all the snow off of my car. This just made it even later. The snowplows were out, but they hadn't done much of a thorough job yet. I had to drive pretty slowly to keep from skidding off the side of the road. The one good thing was, likely because it was Christmas Eve, there weren't many cars on the road. When I turned into my neighborhood, as I was coming around the corner, someone suddenly came out in front of the car. I slammed on my brakes really hard, which I know was not the smartest thing to do, but it was a natural reaction, and turned the steering wheel towards the side of the road. My car skidded in the snow, and I slammed right into a telephone pole. For the first time in my life, I actually got knocked out. I regained consciousness, but didn't open my eyes right away. It was cold, and I heard some voices talking. It didn't take me very long to realize that I had only been out for a short period of time. I must have moved a little bit, because I heard a voice instruct someone else. He just moved a little. Grab your knife. It looks like he might be coming too. I may have just been in a car accident, but I had my wits enough about me to realize this was not something I wanted to hear. I didn't open my eyes and pretended to still be out. I felt a cold edge up against my neck and assumed it was the knife being talked about. I felt someone messing around with my coat pocket. They pulled out my wallet and my cell phone. The blade was still up against my neck. Okay, I think I got it all. Let's get the hell out of here. I heard the first voice say, maybe I should cut him up a bit first. I heard another voice say, and I felt my blood freeze. But fortunately, the first voice just laughed and demurred. I finally felt the blade come away from my neck, and I listened as the two guys ran off. I opened my eyes, but it was hard to see them as the snow was falling heavily. I tried starting my car back up, and it did start. I was really close to my house, so I drove there and got out of my car. I kept expecting the two guys to come back and finish what they started, but they didn't. I got inside and got in touch with both the police and an ambulance. It only took a day for the police to find the kids, who were stupid enough to try and use one of my credit cards, and it was traced immediately, and they were arrested. Number 1. Encounter. I am a big city guy, living in a small town in the south. Well, it's not too far south. I think I'm at the point where the people consider themselves Southerners, but people further south disagree. But that's not the point. I don't care about that. The reason I mention all of this is because of the way things are in this town. I lived further north, in the cold winters of Wisconsin. Snow was not something that worried us because we would get foot after foot of it in the winter. 6 feet of snow, and I was still driving to work, and the schools were still open. Now, I live in an area where it sometimes doesn't snow at all in the winter. But the biggest culture shock wasn't the weather itself. It was actually how people react to the weather. A few inches of snow and everything gets shut down for days. It was bizarre to me. Everything closed down. Even after the roads were plowed, the towns were completely dead. Businesses were not open for days. A little bit of snow turned the entire town into a ghost town. I got used to it after a couple of years and learned to like it. I had no problem going out in the snow because I was used to it. I knew how to drive in the snow, and it sometimes almost felt like I had the whole area to myself. Oh yeah, I was sitting at home when we got the first quote-unquote storm of the winter. It was later at night, and like usual, completely dead outside. I began getting restless, though, and I wanted to get out of the house. Everything was closed down, though, except maybe some gas stations and the 24-hour gym. I really didn't feel like working out, so I thought I would drive to the gas station and maybe buy some beer or something. I just needed something to do. The snow was still falling heavily, and the roads were not salted. They were also completely empty. For the entire ride from the house to the gas station, I didn't see a single car. When I got to the gas station, it was pretty dead too. There were 2 cars in the parking lot, neither at a pump. I figured they probably were just the workers. I pulled up on the other side and parked. I didn't want to risk an idiot pulling out of the other side and hitting my car because they can't drive in the snow. The store was open and I went in. I was a little surprised that there wasn't anyone at the cash register, though. I guessed maybe they hadn't gotten any customers, so they may have been in the back room or something. I went and grabbed a 6-pack of beer. I figured they must have a camera and would know I was at the register. I turned to walk back to the register. I went up a different aisle that I had walked up on, and I stopped when I saw something on the floor. It looked like there was blood on the floor. And not only that, but it was drug across the floor. It was as if someone had fallen down bleeding and then was pulled across the floor. I was both worried and curious, not sure what I should do next. Well, my curiosity got the better of me, and I followed the blood. I didn't think at first that something had happened. I'm not sure why my mind didn't lead me to that conclusion. I honestly thought that maybe someone was really hurt, and that I would need to do something to try and help out. And so I followed it. And I noticed that it led all the way to the hallway and to the men's bathroom. The door was closed. I looked at it. I think it was then that my brain finally kicked me in the ass and let me know that something bad happened there. I thought maybe someone may be dead in that bathroom. As I was thinking, though, I heard a noise. I looked and saw the doorknob of the bathroom begin to turn. For the first time I was alarmed. I thought that I had to get out of there as soon as possible. I turned and ran out the door, nearly slipping on the blood. I got out the door and jumped in my car. I thanked God I wasn't in a horror movie because my car started right away. As I began to pull out of the parking lot, the door to the gas station opened, and a huge man, nearly 7 foot tall, walked out of the gas station, and he had a gun in his hand. I quickly pulled out and drove off. My car slipped, and I looked in the rear view to see if he was getting to his car. He didn't. He was walking towards my car, holding the gun in front of him. He fired once, but I was way out before he did anything. I called the police on my cell phone and told them what happened. They instructed me to drive to the police station while they went to the gas station. I waited at the police station for what seemed like forever. When they finally got back to me, I found out the grisly truth. They were able to pull a video from the CCTV camera. There was one person working at the gas station. He was attacked when he refused to open the cash register for a robber. The robber beat him, dragged him into the bathroom. There was no camera in the bathroom, but it was obvious that he was shot in the bathroom. This happened literally minutes before I arrived. I can't believe how lucky I was. I felt for the cashier, I really did. But it just makes me think. Your life is worth more than any money. If a robber wants you to open the cash register, just do it. And give him the money. Money means nothing compared to your life. And this cashier might still be among us if he had just given the money. Number 2. Exploration. This is a weird story. It's more weird about what I did and why I decided to do it. But it was also strange what happened. I'm a big fan of the cold and the snow. I really am. I watched John Carpenter's The Thing, and often wish I could be on some weird base in Antarctica. I could have done without the monster, however, but that is neither here nor there. Anyway, when I was a teenager, I used to do all sorts of walking around and hiking, and I really enjoyed it while it was snowing. So when I was 16, school got called off because of an impending snowstorm, and that was okay. The snow hadn't started before I went to bed, but when I woke up in the morning/late morning, I looked out the window and the whole neighborhood was covered in it, at least a foot of snow, and more was coming down heavily. It was great. I got up and quickly got ready to go out and explore the area. When I had first heard about the storm the previous night, I knew exactly what I wanted to do. There was an old, abandoned asylum, a little bit out of town. I've always wanted to explore it, but was generally too scared to do it. But I heard from my parents that the owner of the property was going to sell it to the town, which meant that the building would likely be torn down. If I wanted to explore it, it would have to be now. I had a good pair of snow boots, and they helped keep my feet warm as I trudged out in the virgin snow. It was awesome, knowing I was the first person out there, making my way through the snow. It took me a lot longer to get to the abandoned building because of the snow, but I eventually made it. I sneaked onto the property, which wasn't too difficult. There was a fence with razor wire on it, but someone had cut the fence with a pair of bolt cutters years ago. I used that opening to get onto the property. Then it was easy to get into the actual building since plenty of people had been in there, and there was a broken door in the back. I knew about it. I won't lie, The reason I went into the hospital was to find a ghost. I believe in ghosts, but I've never been lucky enough to see one, which sucked. I thought I would be lucky enough to find one in an abandoned asylum. It was dirty, messy, tons of crap all over the floor. There were things written on the wall, mostly shit like Joe was here or Tommy is gay. You know, real original stuff. In a way, all this was pretty scary though. Not the graffiti, but the building itself. The snow didn't stop either. So while I was looking through the building, it continued to pile and pile up. I went up on the second floor and was looking around. I went into several rooms and found old beds and actually some belongings too. I wasn't getting much in the way of supernatural phenomena though. And then I heard something above me, and it sounded like footsteps. I froze in the room I was in, wondering if I had really heard what I thought I heard. Freezing, I realized that I did hear it, because I heard it again. Someone was walking on the floor above me, and not only that, they were in the room, right above me. I felt my heart beating fast. I tried to tell myself that old buildings make a lot of noise. There was no way someone was really in the building with me. And I told myself that if someone was in the building, then it had to be someone like me, you know? A stupid teenager and probably drinking at 11 a.m. I slowly moved to walk out of the room. I heard the footsteps walk a little bit more. It was following me on the floor above. I left the hallway, and then I walked slowly towards the stairs. I tried so hard not to make any noise as I walked along. Unfortunately, that did not work out so well. The footsteps were still above me, and they were walking along with me. I was worried like you can't imagine. If someone was following me on the above floor, then they would get to the stairs right when I did, and then they could get me. I didn't stop moving towards the stairs though. I didn't know what else to do really. I was scared as I approached the door because I kept hearing the steps following me. I reached the stairs and was about to open the door. I just assumed I would hear the door on the floor above me open too. But when I got to the door, I looked through the small window in it and jumped back in shock. Someone was standing behind the door, looking right at me. The person was wearing all red for some reason and a white skeleton mask. The only part of the body I could see was his eyes, and his eyes were set right at me. Scared, I turned and quickly ran down the hallway. I knew there had to be another set of stairs. It was a big building. I ran and found another door, and there was no one behind the door. I looked back down the hallway and didn't see the red man in the hall. I opened the door and walked into the stairwell. I immediately heard the door above me open as well. Looking up really quick, I saw a skeleton mask looking down over the railing at me. He then moved toward the stairs. I jumped down the stairs as quickly as I could. I heard the guy above me, but I tried to ignore it as I ran down the stairs and out of the stairwell. There wasn't anyone in the lower hallway though, and I booked for the door. When I turned around, I saw two men in red with skeleton masks coming towards me from down the hallway. From that point on, I didn't look back. I ran out of the building, and I ran quickly through the snow and out the gate. My heart was beating so hard, I could hear and feel it in my head. I ran to the fence, pulled the broken part out, and then ran all the way home in the snow. I don't know who the hell was in the hospital. It could have been a cult, who knows. But I didn't call the police or anything. I just wanted nothing to do with it. The city did buy the building, and they demolished it. So I guess I will never know what was going on that day. Number 3. Arriving home. There's nothing scarier than seeing something dangerous in a place that you are convinced that you are safe and protected. This happened to me once, and I honestly felt my heart nearly stopping when it happened. I work a late second shift at a call center. It's a decent job, and I'm the type of guy who hates waking up early in the morning. So, I'm able to get home, stay up late, and then sleep. Also, I avoid all traffic, which is great. So this one night, which I will never forget, I think my late shift working had a negative effect. When I got to work, it started snowing, and that was right at the beginning of the 9 hours that I would be at work. And the snow only began falling longer and longer and longer. I kept hoping that it would, at the very least, stop before I got off work, but that didn't happen. I got out at 11 p.m., and the snow was still coming down strong. I shoveled off my car, and I tried to make my way out of the snow-filled parking lot. The streets were plowed, but the snow was coming down too fast and too heavy for them to keep up with it. The ride home was a slow and agonizing attempt to not end up in a ditch or collide with something on the side of the road. You can imagine how I felt by the time I got home, after a long day at work, and a really longer than average ride home. I was tired as hell. I got myself into the apartment building and up to the 3rd floor apartment. I got into the apartment and took off the wet clothes in the hallway. And then I went and got cleaned up. I walked into the living room and turned on the TV. I didn't think I would be spending much time watching TV, though. In my living room, I had a balcony and a sliding glass door. The balcony was full of snow, obviously. I would have to shovel it the following day, which would not be fun. There was a little bit of cold air coming from the door, which happened sometimes. It didn't lock well, and sometimes air would get in. I pushed it, so it was a little more shut than before. After that, I just spent some time watching television, until I got so tired that I was ready to go to bed. I think it was while I was sitting there that for some reason I began to feel a little uneasy. I wasn't 100% sure why, but something was really not sitting well with me. It was like an intuition or something. I got up and went into my bedroom, and that was when I saw it. I saw the bottom of a shoe under my bed. It wasn't a shoe that I had. It was a shoe that was on a foot of someone who was under my bed. Someone who had been under my bed since I had gotten home. It wasn't a killer orange cat. It was a person, someone who had been under my bed while I was previously in my room. Someone who was under my bed right now. I quickly realized that he must have gotten into my house through the sliding glass door that didn't lock well. I was probably uneasy when I closed it. All I could do was pretend that I didn't know. I didn't want to, but I walked into my bedroom and over to the dresser. I took some clothes out as if I was going to take a shower. It was uneasy. It was nerve-wracking while I was taking my time and pretending that I was not aware that someone was there. I just expected him to catch on and to jump out and try and get me. I didn't think that it would be actually hard for him to get out from under the bed that quickly. I was able to gather everything I needed. My heart nearly stopped when I noticed my gun was not in the drawer. That meant that whoever was under my bed also had my gun. What I did have going for me was the fact that he probably didn't know I was aware he was there. So I took my clothes and headed for the living room. Then I went and grabbed my cell phone, my car keys, and I left the apartment. I didn't try to be quiet because I figured that would be a telling sign that I knew he was there. I got out of the apartment, and then I quickly got into the elevator and went into the lobby. I got into my car, and that was when I called the police. It took the police a while to get there, and they escorted me back to the apartment. I stood in the hallway while they checked it out. No one was in the apartment. The balcony door was open. They brought me in, and I confirmed many things were missing. The guy was arrested eventually. However, my apartment wasn't the only one he hit that night. However, they charged him with murder, though. Another one of his victims didn't react like I did. They screamed when they saw him, and he had a gun. He shot them dead with my gun, alerting their neighbors who called the cops. So he killed a woman with my gun, something that bothers me to this very day. Number 1. The Ride. I have been listening to Killer Orange Cat for a little while, and I have also been wanting to have a horror narrator tell this story. For reasons you will see at the end of the story, only KOC can tell this one. My story takes place on the way back to my college campus. I've listened to a few of your stories, and I have enjoyed the college campus ones in winter. I can relate when I have stayed in the dorms during winter break. The huge campus does turn into an ice-covered wasteland, and it's beyond quiet, and it's beyond creepy. I did go home for Christmas, but that was only a few days. I really wanted to get back to the campus because it was easier for me to study there, and it was easier for me to live a bit without my parents breathing down my neck. I loved them, don't get me wrong, but I was a college freshman and enjoyed my freedom. When I was driving back to school, and it was a really long drive, it began snowing about halfway through the drive. I was idiotic and had not checked the weather for the entire drive, so it was quite a surprise. And not only that, but it was snowing heavy, and it kept snowing. I had to begin driving very slowly in order to keep from having an accident. When I was about 2 hours away from school, I noticed someone walking along the side of the road. Hell, he was trudging along the side of the road. He wasn't hitchhiking, but I thought that maybe I should pull along the side and offer him a ride. I pulled over in front of the guy and unlocked my passenger side door. He ran up immediately to the door and let himself in. He began thanking me right away and telling me I saved his life. I told him that I was a college student heading back to campus and told him I could drop him off anywhere between there and my school. He immediately told me that he was also going to my school, and that he was very thankful for the ride. After a few minutes of talking, the guy suddenly reached over and quickly grabbed the fly in my jeans and pulled it down. I reacted shocked, as anyone would, and he actually opened the fly a little before I pulled away. And then he stopped, but didn't pull his hand away. "What are you doing?" I asked him, still driving but my focus on him. "Oh, I'm sorry," he said, but he didn't pull his hand away. "I'm used to guys wanting me to serve them for rides." "You don't have to do that," I told him. "I'm really just being a good Samaritan." Finally, he pulled his hand away, but he did not zip my pants back up. I was uneasy, and please don't think this is a homophobia thing because I am actually gay myself. But I wasn't about to tell him that, because I was just really put off by his aggressive attitude. Hell, he was even attractive, but it was uncomfortable and weird. And I was having a problem because I had trouble keeping my hands on the steering wheel, and my fly was still open. You could see my boxer briefs. But I wasn't going to ask him to pull it back up. Man, the ride became creepy. He got quiet, but he kept looking at me. He wasn't even trying to keep it discreet. It was blatant. I've had some guys obsessed with me before, but this was not that. The look he gave me did not indicate that he wanted me. It indicated that he wanted something. About an hour away from school, he suddenly told me that he really wasn't from my campus. He lived down a road about half a mile ahead. He told me to turn on it, and I could drop him off. I was relieved that I was about to get rid of him, but uneasy that he lied to me. However, I tried to just tell myself that this was not going to be bad in any way. When I approached the road and turned on it, my stomach turned cold. It was a dirt road and completely surrounded by trees. It was much darker and harder to drive through because there was no salt on the roads or anything. I stopped for a moment and told him I didn't think my car would make it down the road. I might have to let him out there. He insisted I drive the rest of the way. I told him I had cut down on his walk considerably. He said in a very stern voice, "Drive me the rest of the way." I had enough of his weirdness at that point and told him to get out of my car, and he responded by pulling a knife out of his pocket. Immediately, the knife went to my neck, but then he smiled again and slowly lowered the knife, putting the blade into my still open fly, the tip of the blade resting on my underwear, right on my penis. He then repeated, "Drive me the rest of the way." Terrified, it took me a moment, but I did begin driving. I didn't know what was going to happen, but every horror movie I had ever seen flashed through my mind. I thought he was going to kill me. I did drive further, but when I realized that the road was a driveway, and then I saw the house at the end of that driveway, I stopped the car. It was an abandoned house with the windows boarded up. There was no way I was going to drive up to that. "Keep driving," he instructed. I refused, and when I did, he pushed the knife down, cutting through my boxer briefs and cutting beneath that. In pain, I reacted and I backhanded the man right in the face. By pure luck, my high school class ring hit the man right in the eye. He cried out in pain and dropped the knife. Even though I was in agony and really scared for my private parts, I grabbed the knife and jabbed it at the attacker, cutting him. He opened my door and staggered out of the car. I put the car in reverse and hit the gas, pulling back down the street as fast as I could. I almost went into ditches more than once, but I managed to get the car out of there. I had the passenger door open the entire time, but when I made it back to the main road, I slammed it shut. I then drove into the nearest town and found a hospital. The police went to the house and found the guy there. He was arrested. It never went to court, though. He skipped bond. I had stitches in a very sensitive area, much like several other people in your stories. That is why you are the only one who can narrate this story. Number 2. The Empty House. I like to stay up later than most people, I think. In fact, very often, I might just sleep during the day in order to stay up and enjoy the dark. By extension, then, I guess it makes sense that I do enjoy winter more than the other seasons. There's much longer nights in the winter. I find myself being inspired. I even will sometimes take vacations in the winter to just spend time at home. When this story happened, I had been on vacation for a couple days already. It was in December. I disconnected from the world, which was nothing new, but that also meant that I avoided reading the weather. I was sitting in my house around 11 p.m., and suddenly, all of the electricity went out. I was a bit surprised and upset because I heard the heater go out too. It was then that I finally heard that it was very, very windy outside. I got up, walked over to the door, and stood out on the porch. The atmosphere outside was surreal. I had never been outside and seen it as dark as it was. Not only were all the lights in the houses out, all the street lights were also out. The sky was completely covered in what I could only assume were the darkest and blackest clouds. There was suddenly a flash of lightning in the clouds, which further took me by surprise. I assumed that whatever sort of storm was coming, that it was a snowstorm, and I had never seen lightning in a snowstorm before. But through the light of the lightning bolt, I was able to see the clouds, and they were indeed dark. Not only that, they were moving faster than I ever could have imagined clouds moving. I stood out on the porch for a while, just completely immersed in this spectacle of nature. Suddenly, the snow came, and it came hard, and it came fast. It fell hard, and the flakes that hit my eyes caused a severe sting. I went back in the house and opened the blinds. I knew I wouldn't see very much, but I thought if I saw something, that would be better than nothing. The snowfall accumulated very quickly from what I could see. Having very little that I could do, I found that my Nintendo DS had a charge on it, and I set about playing a game or two. Occasionally, I would get up and look out the window. I would be fortunate every now and then to see a bolt of lightning in the storm, and there was even the rumble of thunder. I was attentive because this was so weird to me. I should mention that across the street from my house is a house that has sat empty for quite a long time. I'm not sure why, but I knew an older woman who had lived there for many years and had moved out. It had a for sale sign on it that had been present for years since then. One of the times that I got up and looked out the window, I took a chance and went out on the porch right after. I was waiting for another bolt of lightning to provide a little bit of light. And when it did, my attention was caught by something that chilled me to the bone. 2 men were coming out of the door of the house. They were carrying what looked like a full body bag. One had the legs, and the other the head. It really seemed to be a body. I froze. I wanted to go back into the house, but I didn't want to call any attention to myself. I felt that it was dark enough that I might be lucky enough not to be seen. Hell, I don't think that I could have moved, even if I wanted to, and I really didn't. I watched, still frozen, as they put the body, or whatever it was, into their vehicle. I was still scared they were going to look over and see me. They were moving, turning around so much, getting the body into the car that, at any moment, one of them could have glanced and saw me. I was protected only by the complete darkness outside. And for anyone thinking this was a paramedic or something, it couldn't have been. There was no ambulance, no gurney, and no reason anyone should have been in that house. When they drove off, I tried to get the license number, but it was too dark. However, once I knew I was safe, I called the police and reported it. A cop came out to see me, although it took forever. Eventually, 2 men were arrested for murder when the body was found, although it was weeks later. Number 3. Winter Job. Warning: this story has animal-related violence, and people sensitive to that may want to skip to the outro. Most people get summer jobs, but I wanted extra money for the holidays, so I started walking the dogs of several elderly people that lived in my town. The thought of giving the best gifts in my circle of friends this year kept me warm on the coldest days out there, with a pack of mutts dragging me around town. I was somewhat surprised when Miss Ross, the local crazy lady, flagged me down from the doorway of her beautiful, if somewhat run-down colonial. After some small talk, and when I say some, I am being polite, the woman went on about everything from Mr. Duncan's new hairpiece to the rising price of raisins. I guess I don't really blame her. She must be lonely in that big house all alone. Finally, she got to the point. She asked if I could watch her dog while she was out with her friends for the day on Saturday, explaining that the dog was a rescue, and she was worried to leave him in the house alone for the whole day. I didn't really want to give up my Saturday, but she offered me a good deal of money for my sacrifice, and said she would leave some money for me to order takeout. I have a weakness for Chinese food. I agreed to be there early Saturday morning. I felt a bit down Friday night when the snow started. I watched the huge flakes of snow fall endlessly from the sky and accumulate into huge drifts. The next morning, when I looked outside, I thought for sure that Ms. Ross would cancel her plans. I trudged through the snow over to her house anyway. The money she had offered would get me so close to my goal that I just had to. When I reached her house, she was glad to see me. "You're late," she said with a smile. "I almost thought you weren't going to come." She invited me in and got me settled, explaining just a few things as she prepared to leave. His name is Davis, and he is a quiet and sweet little guy. I have him closed up in that room over there. She pointed to a room down a long hall. "He's sleeping, so don't bother with him till you feed him around noon, unless he makes a fuss. When you do let him out, just keep an eye on the little rascal. He likes to chew the chair legs." With a few more pleasantries, Ms. Ross bundled herself in an oversized coat and struck out into the cold morning and proceeded down the road. I thought it was strange that no one came to pick her up. I dismissed it, though. She probably was meeting someone at the local convenience store, so she wouldn't need to drive down the rural streets that were not plowed yet. So I plopped down on the big overstuffed couch in the living room and flipped on the tube. I sat there for a while, watching the random garbage on cable. I prefer to get my entertainment via the internet, but there was no Wi-Fi here. Finally, boredom and the effect of a cold day and a warm couch had me fast asleep. When I sleep more than I should, or when I'm not really tired, I tend to wake up feeling disorientated, and more tired than when I fell asleep. I swore that I heard a little bark. I sat up groaning. "All right, buddy, don't worry, I'm coming." As I sat up and rubbed my eyes, something struck me as odd. The dog wasn't barking or scratching at the door. I flipped off the TV and listened. The house was silent, but for the winter wind whistling through the bones of an old house. Davis? I was suddenly filled with a sense of dread. I started towards the door, down the long hallway, unsteadily, still, shaking the cobwebs of sleep from my body. "Davis?" I said, a little louder this time. There was no response from behind the door. I stood there with my hand on the knob. There was a squirming sensation in my stomach. There was no panting, no barking, no pitter-patter of little dog paws. Something inside me screamed at me not to open that door, to flee from that place and run screaming down the street. I swallowed my fear, took a deep breath, and opened the door. I will never, ever forget what I saw in that room. The dog, a small terrier-looking mutt, looked as if it had been pulled apart. There were bits of him all over, but that wasn't the worst of it. The walls were covered in bloody words, scrawled across from every inch of the surface. I miss you. Lonely. I'm sorry. I'm coming to see you. Over and over again. Of course, I called the police after I had retched everything that was left in my stomach from breakfast. There was a search for Ms. Ross, but they didn't find her till the spring, when some hunters found her thawing body a half-mile into the woods. I can't see a small dog without crying, and every time I walk past that house I feel sick. The younger kids in town have already begun calling the old empty house haunted and creating stories about what happened there. I guess you just never know what's going through a person's mind.